There's three. I remember looking at this. There's three of them. There's shape. The shape. I looked this one up because we had dinner one night with Ross. That's why.
Quorum has been established. We will return to a roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Mays is present. Ms. Lewis is present. Ms. Murphy is present. Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Mr. Carter?
Present.
Present. Mr. Piper?
Present.
Ms. Worthing is present. We have 5 members present. We have 5 members present. Are there any requests for changes or additions to the agenda? All right, seeing as how there are none, we will begin with public speaking. Not just that we'll begin with public speaking. If there's anyone who would like to address the council, please come up at this time.
Good evening, Mr. Mashak. My name is Howard Earl Mitchell. I live at 759 East Linden Avenue, over by Grace Line Cemetery. And for the record, Mr. Mashak, to the governor of California, Sports Negro, for blowing up them peoples under the bridge, the darkies. And I want you, America, listen at this, for the record. I want you to send all the darkies up in Flint, because we building generation houses for, it's just like the gold rush in California. Then they got all the gold, now they ain't get, but send them over here packing with some money when you send them to Flint, because we got plenty of houses to go around. Because tonight, any means possible, the darkies will overcome. We black knights, just like the former Mayor Weaver, running for the President of the United States. Trump got another thing coming when he debate with Mayor Weaver, talking about he's scared of black peoples. And he gonna prove it when he gonna debate against. Hey, we ain't forgot you, Trump. You in sports, the governor of California. Welcome to Flint, because we got plenty of room to spare for you burning up black peoples in California. Take that, America. Tick-tock that. Give me my money.
And thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Is anyone else who wishes to address the council?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rose Morrow, and I'm a resident of the First Ward. First, I want to speak about the ARPA funds. The funds, we all know what the funds was given for, but there's a lot of organizations out there like Metro Community Development, Habitat Humanity, G-Card, and others that are trying to assist the residents of the city of Flint. I would ask, and a lot of residents that couldn't make it tonight, I speak for them also, the ones that I did meet with, and myself. If you guys can learn to just put your differences aside and agree to disagree, everyone is an adult. I understand about not being disrespected, but a lot of times, people are just, some of the council persons, and I'm not gonna name names, are just being rude to each other. You know, if you could put those differences aside and just, when you get to the city council, speak on the city council, the issues at hand. I know some of you try and some of you, I don't even know why you're here, to be honest. Because I know some people, you can see who's working and who's not. You can sit back and listen and just observe and see who's throwing pot shots at each other. We're not in high school. The city's in a crisis that is hurting. A lot of these residents really need that money. And the second thing I want to speak about, there's a rumor. I'm a resident of First Ward. And it might not be a rumor, and I haven't confirmed with anyone. There's something about suspension for Councilman Eric Mays for 3 months. The First Ward can't go without a voice. 3 months is a lot. We can't go without a voice, period, for a week. We need help. We need help. So if everybody could agree to disagree and just, you don't have to like each other, but just respect each other. A lot of threats and things that are going on, that hurt my heart, because I don't know any of you. I've met a couple of you, and a lot of you, to be honest, and I've only attended one council meeting before, and I left because everybody just started arguing. I have high blood pressure and didn't want to hear it, because the meeting kept being adjourned. And I'm not familiar with how you guys do things, but right is right and wrong is wrong. Oh, 51, okay. And then in regards to Council Mays, like I said, we can't go without a voice for 3 months. So if you guys could please reconsider that, whoever's doing it, whatever the problem is, I don't know the whole situation. It's just something I heard. So I said I had to come down and speak. We're already hurt in the First Ward. Like I said, we can't go without a voice. We need help. All the wards needs help. And then the last thing I'd like to say is, to the City of Flint residents, I would like you just to think about one thing. Research before you vote. I don't know when the next city council member's election is, but we need to find that date and research. I don't know when the next election for the mayor is, but research. Do your research. We voted everybody in. A lot of people complaining, but you voted people in. So you can't complain. And then lastly, what are you doing to help the city, residents, and the council? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Yes, my name is Melissa Zoremski. I live in the 6th Ward. I've lived here for a little over 3 years. I've never had one good experience. Well, I can't say that. I've had a couple, but most of them haven't been good experiences with the police, Flint Police Department. They need to either get more police, get someone in there that could get more officers in there, get more money, whatever y'all gotta do, right? Because there was an incident that happened with my child who was 13, and you guys switched in and out of 4 or 5 different police cars. So you're telling me we had that many police for my 13-year-old when there was actually crime being committed? I'm not sure what, the chief is doing for Flint, because I'm not seeing nothing. And Sleazy Santos Neely, that's what I call him. He is definitely not doing nothing for this city, but putting us more in debt and costing more residents more money and everything else. And that's not cool. We have council people up here, and obviously the ones that don't like me speaking aren't looking at me. Y'all need to do your job for the residents and stop working for the mayor. And, besides, I really hope that, with, all the lying that's been going on, because Liddell sat there and said that she didn't walk out on, the Mitchell boys' parents at that night. Yes, she did. Right on video, lady. Okay? Quit lying. You gotta stop lying. It's ridiculous. You can look at me all you want, okay? Because every time you lie, we can show that you lie. Because it's on recording, honey. The only ones that I care for on council is Eric Mays, Miss Jerry Winfrey Carter, Tanya Burns, and I don't know Dennis Pfeiffer, but he seems to be a pretty good guy. Now since he seems to come to see what's going on around here, with the ARPA money, I don't get benefit from it, but why can't you help the residents with it? I mean, why not? I mean, if you're getting money for your organizations, why can't you help the residents with roofs and home repairs and everything else? Is that why you're on these seats, for the residents? Because I'm not seeing anyone really doing a lot for the residents, especially the north and east side. That's just ridiculous. And that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
I'm on the time frame. Excuse me, everybody. My name is Logan. Oh, this is like when I thought. See, when y'all did the testing, y'all didn't. Oh, okay. This speaking. Okay, Flint speaking in the building. How everybody doing? Anybody from Michigan? Anybody?
Hi,
from
sir.
Michigan?
Sir, you have to address the council.
Okay, a council. Any councils from Michigan?
Yes, sir.
Any councils from Michigan? Salute. How you doing? And I give a clap to you. If you from Flint, Michigan, I give 2 claps for you. A quick meeting to speak. Real quick, I'm on a time schedule. I'm busy right now. I'm busy doing everything, but I still support Flint, Michigan. This is where I was born and raised since '96. I want to say a few things. With the presidential politics, everything is under presidential control. We have been attacked. Everything is under political control. And the time I came there. Okay, look, everything good, everybody. Especially Lewis, I seen you on TV the other day on the news. Burns. Hey, how you doing, Mayor? I love you. I love everything that you're doing. Representative Pfeiffer. Good judgment. City attorney, I haven't seen, he's not in today. But as far as it goes, the week spent, I've been living in this years. I've spent in Michigan for 30 years, and I want to say congratulations. Everything that Michigan is doing has been appointed, and it has been a great thing to do. Everything in the United States of America, regardless of the tax, and regardless of or regardless of everything that we've been doing, has been great. And I want to say congratulations. Thank you for not dying, because it's looking like World War III from what we got going on. And I want to make sure I'm supporting Flint because as a city, I want to make sure that Flint is doing great and doing positive. I will do anything that is needed to be taken a part of the country of America. And as a military reserve, or as an ex-formative CIA agent, or as formerly proudly known as Logan Montgomery Ragland, I will do everything that is needed. But I want to make sure that as the future to come, as in 2030, 2024, 2023, 2020, I will make sure that when we took down all of these men, that this is the right decision to make. And I have my family's life on the line, everything that I have on the city on the line, the state representatives on the line. I have lawyers, I have governors, I have this country on the line. And I've been serving this country for the past 5 years. This is half a decade. And I want to thank you, Flint, Michigan, for this is now an establishment on
Thank you,
what
sir.
it takes to be.
Thank you, sir.
And I gotta
Thank
go.
you, sir. Yes, thank you,
I
sir.
love you.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Hi, all. My name is Adam. I have a few rental properties in the city of Flint. But more importantly, not just an investor, as a committed community member, as a person who deeply cares, and I've helped people in the city of Flint place them from the homeless shelter into my homes and continuously help them out. I want to tell you about a recent experience I had with the rental inspections. I went through a Section 8 rental inspection, and it passed just fine as usual. 28 properties, all of them passed without a problem. And recently the city of Flint rental inspections have been getting stricter and stricter. And I was informed today that we don't follow the uniform standard rental inspection code, the same as Detroit, the same as Wayne. There, if I go through a HUD inspection and I pass, I can turn that inspection into the city to get my rental license. In the city of Flint, I can't. And I'm telling you this because today and last week, I have been failing my city of Flint rental inspections and not being allowed to put people in my homes. And if you ask why, the city's asking me to get the furnaces re-inspected, even though they all have green tags on them if they've been inspected and they've been approved. The city is saying it's been some time since they've been inspected and I have to get them re-inspected. When I asked how, they said you have to get a mechanical contractor because you can't pull the permits. Only a mechanical contractor can. When I call the mechanical contractors, they tell me, sorry, we're not gonna pull a permit for you unless we do that install. So how about, hey, you spend $6,000 with us, put a new furnace in, and we'll come out and we'll inspect it and we'll go pull the permits for you. I need to ask this council, how does that make any sense? A furnace that's already been inspected before, already been approved. I've already passed a HUD inspection, and the city of Flint is telling me, no, you failed because you need to go get another inspection. But legally, a licensed contractor cannot put his name next to work that he did not perform.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Good evening. I am tired of Mayor Sheldon Santos Neely. Tyrant. This council of 5 tyrants. Y'all sad, for real, man. I'm serious. Standing ease doesn't mean you leave. Standing ease means you stay in place, but you're free to talk. I just thought I would tell you that, and y'all don't have no rules. Attorney Kim, you need to quit really going out of your way to help this dictator and the dictators on this council. Let me say this, right? We sued the city. It wasn't about guns. It's about people taking your rights. If you follow the law, and the law states that you can put a metal detector at the door, then do it. But follow the law doing it. Attorney Kim, let me say something about your brief that you sent in and that you're appealing because you did it under reasonable. After reading it, carefully reading it, it says public body. The mayor is not the public body. The public body makes the rules and the regulations for the Open Meeting Act. It's executive and legislative. They are co-equal branches. So how can you go to court saying that you can make these rules when the council hasn't voted on it? I really wish you would answer that. I was up here earlier today, and again, your ordinance that y'all passed back in 2020. The state and the federal courts say that they don't have to have inspections. They able to turn down inspections. I got 6 people who paid $350 to get their water turned on. And they haven't got their water turned on. I sent Katie O'Neill all the names because we got into it last Thursday about it. These people are not getting their water turned on because Mayor Sheldon Santos Neely and Attorney Kim wants to lie. This city gonna be sued, man. You got a $50 million lawsuit for the Metro, Lamar and Zaire. You got $10 million for Chief Barton because he wouldn't lie for Mayor Santos Neely. Then you have 2 more coming for a 9th grader who they arrested over at Hamity and didn't even do it. Didn't even break into the houses. He was at basketball practice, at tryouts on a Sunday. And they went and arrested him in front of his classmates. Then you got one that got whooped up after coming from the hospital. Then you have our lawsuit. 5 lawsuits, man, because of the incompetence of this administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address council?
Jan Marie Arbor, 7th Ward. I'd like to urge this council body to please support repealing the existing resolution that prohibits the sale of liquor on Sundays between 7 a.m. and noon. I think it's important to our business environment to help stimulate growth and tax dollars for the city that we allow liquor to be sold. There are events that occur where people might enjoy a mimosa or a mixed wine or whatever their beverage of choice is prior to 12 o'clock. I think the prior resolution, or the existing resolution, I should say, might be based on religious expectations. And it's time to move forward. I think that if it's okay for one to, quote unquote, drink the blood of the Christ prior to noontime in church, then it's okay to sell liquor before noontime in our restaurants or our bars, or our grocery stores, or other establishments. Thank you. The next request I'd like to make is that a couple of our council people come together to form a resolution or some sort of proposition. I'm sorry, I don't know the correct way to do this, but to address the late taxes, property taxes, to help to prevent residents from going into that second year before it goes over to the county, so that we might prevent any future instances like we've just had where an investor has purchased 190 homes within the Flint area. Because our treasurer knows when people are late on their taxes, they have access to the records, they know when a person is a year behind. That's the time when the city can work with another body with contacting that homeowner to say, hey, we recognize you didn't pay your property taxes on time. Can we talk about it? Is it that you're short on funds, or did you give someone the money and perhaps they didn't get around to paying it? Or just find out what the situation is and try to resolve it so that it doesn't get to that second year and really put strain on them for 2 years and then potentially get over to the county. So with the ARPA dollars that we have, perhaps this city administration could come up with a plan to help residents who are under threat during that first year, right after that first year. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
James Moore, 2nd Ward. All 9 wards up there in the city of Flint. I'm getting calls from all over the place in regards to the whole argument, the why. People are telling me that their kids wasn't in Flint schools, they're canceling them out on that, they're taking the bone density test, it ain't coming up. They said across the board that if you was in Flint from 2014 to 2019, you're eligible because you was affected by the lead water. We let these lawyers come in and take out $240 million out of this community, and now they're telling these people all these excuses. Flint is being victimized again and again and again. You guys need to get together, and we need to come up with some lawsuits and let the governor know, go get our money back, and then y'all can give it out like y'all gave ARPA funds and help these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Hi, my name is Callie Gale. I'm from the 5th Ward, and this is my first time here. And I'm very upset because I'm sitting out here in the audience, and people are coming up here to speak with you, and you guys have your heads down. I don't know what you're back there doing, if you're on your phone, reading a book, but I come here to see what's going on. And what I see from you guys, it seems like I waste my time. Because if I'm coming up here to see what's going on in the city of Flint, and you guys back there not paying attention, y'all not even giving eye contact, I'm not including all y'all. Because I see a few of you guys that did. But for those who's sitting back there, you got your head down, you're not even paying attention to what's going on. So I know ain't nothing gonna get done. Because you're not even giving eye contact right now in this meeting. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Hello, problem solvers. Hello. Michelle Jones, 6th Ward. I'm up here to finish my request from last week. I think I ended with Mrs. Lewis, and I don't want to mess your name up, Michelle. I think I'm saying it right. I did not give you your assignment, so I asked all council to team up and do resolutions. So the resolution I'm speaking to you about is please develop a resolution to provide money to citizens through companies such as Habitat for Humanity to improve their home life. I would ask that you would replace roofs, water heaters, windows, insulation, paint, and I also would ask that you give the qualifications. Don't go by their qualifications. One of them I printed up and it says for Genesee County, not for City of Flint, that you must be under $34,000. Well, we know that's not the median income of City of Flint. So give your own, as a body, qualifications. It should not be something like you're behind on taxes. You don't have homeowners insurance. That should be taken out of that requirement. It's your money. You can give your requirements if you're giving your money to this group. So I gave you all an assignment, and I'm going to be coming back and showing you who's doing well and who's not. Well, that assignment that I gave Liddell and Candace, Mr. Mays asked for a resolution that night to bring back 20 million into an addition of the 5 million. So right now, Mr. Mays is ahead, as you can see. And I'm gonna, every week, I'm gonna bring it back. Because if you can't get them, a resolution is nothing but an ask. It's asking to give money to these residents. This building here, it was done, it looks nice. It's something we could be proud of. Allow the residents to be proud of their homes. Ms. Jean-Marie just asked about giving money to people who may be behind. Someone bring forth a resolution to do that.
That's right.
It's an ask. Be a blessing. You are here to be a blessing. Learn to bless others. Somebody other than 501Cs. Help the residents. They are asking you for help. Please, Miss Liddell. Miss Liddell, thank you. Help the residents. Learn to be a blessing. Be a blessing.
First of all, I'm back with the water issue. Has anybody gotten any information since the last time I asked you guys for information about the water? Well, like I say, y'all do better just telling us if it's swept under the rug, don't inspect nothing. That's the same way with opera money. It ain't going to the citizens like it should. If it came in here for us, we should be able to know the check and balances of that money. The citizens should. So next week, I want y'all to tell us, the citizens, how much money of that opera money is left to the penny, since it's our money.
That's right.
And we need to know. Whether y'all just tell us we ain't getting no money, then we could come down here asking. Now, first, Eric Mays and trying to give them 3 months. If y'all remember, the judge sided with Eric, told all y'all he was right and y'all was wrong, that y'all all needed counseling.
That's right.
Yeah.
How many of y'all have been to counseling as a group? Why don't y'all seek counseling like the judge told y'all before y'all trying to get rid of anybody?
Dr. Lewis.
Some of y'all need to go for real. But I just want y'all to seek counseling. Maybe y'all can help y'all self and quit being divided as a race city. If the board, if this council was divided as race, how y'all think the city look? that's rubbing off into the city to be biracial. That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Claire McClinton, City of Flint resident, Flintstone, and all of that. We've been trying to follow the meetings over the last months. We attended the hearings held by you, the council, on how to use the ARPA money. We attended some of the mayor's public hearings on how to spend the ARPA money. And what you as a council to give you some direction. We did not hear, and in these last meetings, when you were at the Dome across the street, you back over here, nobody came to this council and said, remove first ward councilman for 3 months. I didn't hear no resident say that. Censor 5th ward councilwoman. We didn't hear no community say that. Censor 6th ward councilwoman. We didn't hear community come up and holler about that. But we did hear residents come up here and say, get the tarps off the roof. So the question becomes, your resolutions that y'all are presenting, who are you listening to? Who got your ear? We don't got your ear. So again, before my little time is up, we need you to pass a resolution that councilman of the first ward presented about 20 million, a total of 20 million toward home repair and rehabilitation. We asked for additional 16 million, that's an additional 15 million. We can live with that. Let's get some business done. And the business of the council is not business. It's not the businesses and the big box 501c3. That's the business that's being done here. Your business is to represent community. Another proposal, I was disheartened when we went to the library where the attorneys were there to speak to the impacted residents who lost their home through the bundle sale of the county treasurer, that only one council person was there. That was disappointing. But the thing that we want to present is this. Did the county treasurer properly sell that bundle? In other words, did they bring the right of first refusal to this council? Can anybody answer that?
Thank you.
We need the attorney
Thank you, Ms. Claire. Thank
look
you.
into that. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the council?
Hi, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. My name is Beverly Biggs Levy. And the deal is sad. I've been out 1 week. Thursday be a week. I have 100 signatures. That look bad for you right now. I'm going, Ms. Priestley, we will be doing another recall for you. So don't get content, because I will be out for that one too. And I see Miss Eva ain't been back since hers came up. She been missing in action. And if it come up one for Mr. Murphy, okay, I'm in the 3rd ward. I'll walk that in personally. You guys are out of control. You got the big head, and we're gonna take you down a peg or 2. Okay? You know, I'm not even worried about you. You might get your name on the paper, but that's it. Nobody's voting for you. it's sad that y'all can get your 501c3s and you think you doing something, make sure it lasts you for a minute. Cause after this, you won't be getting no more 501c3s. Miss Priestley, I heard you got your kitchen remodeled on the citizens of Flint.
What?
This is ridiculous. Y'all got y'all hand in the cookie jar and you look sick, like a sick puppy. That's what you look like. Liddell, your mayor has you his puppet. It's sad to say, you his puppet. And Candace, you her puppet. Y'all just, and Eva on the list, so y'all gonna be like 3 musketeers looking for another job. Have a blessed day.
Is there anyone else who would like to address the council? All right, seeing as how there's no one else, it's now time for council response.
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman in the 6th Ward.
Thank you. Ms. Claire, thank you everyone who spoke. We only have 2 minutes. Ms. Claire McClendon, you are correct. A lot of us do work, but let me tell you, I have done my homework. I was not there, but no, we did not get the right of first refusal. The city did not, and it was not sent to the city clerk. There's a lot of things we talked about. Ms. Rose, I remember your last, I remember speaking to you months ago because you were doing a cleanup. Tomorrow, you were doing a cleanup, and you had all these great things that you wanted to do, and I don't even know if you recall the time. You're not in my board, but I talked to everybody. And I think what you're doing is great. It takes more people like you to get out. Because what this is, because I was censured when 5 of my colleagues told a bunch of lies, which on video showed they were lying. And that's just what they do. They're not here to do the work. Some of them are. You don't go wrong when you support the people. People have a great need here. We have 2 of our council members who have 501c3s to get money. They're affiliated with one for $300,000, another for $50,000. So as long as you talk, they get mad. They got mad because I said it. I'm gonna keep saying it. They got mad because I said they weren't a nice person. Well, you're not. You don't treat people with respect. When you got people who don't look up at you or pay attention, when you take your time, that's disrespectful. So, Melissa, send me an email. I talked to you about your son. I want to make sure we're taking care of him. And for residents who have a tax issue, you can call me. My HAP program, I can help, I don't know how many. And for those who want to tell my story incorrectly, I spent time over in the basement of the county building to help people save their homes for that last month, for hours. So if you need help, call me, get in contact with me. I still go to residents' homes who don't know how to use a computer. Contact the MyHAP program at Michigan.gov will help you pay those back taxes, Ms. Jamboree.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the public? Is there anyone else on council who would like to address the public?
Madam Chair.
Yes, the chair recognizes the councilwoman in the 5th Ward.
First, I would like to thank all of the public speakers. Thank you for being engaged in the process. Thank you for your input. Thank you for bringing forth your concerns, opinions. I just want you to know that everything you get up here to this podium and say, I take in, I listen thoroughly. As far as the water crisis, I have heard someone mention the water crisis. In my opinion, I feel that the residents of Flint, I feel we're being taken on a wild goose chase. Yes, and that's all I have to say about that. Ms. McClendon, the answer to your question is no. And I think my colleague here in the 6th Ward just spoke on that. The answer is no. I wanted to touch on the rental inspections. I want to put in a referral to the department who's taking care of the rental inspections. I want to find out what is on the list of the things that they're looking for when they go into these homes, the rental properties, and inspect them. So Davina, if I can get something sent to that department, asking, and please have it put in all of the council members' mailboxes, or email all of the council members, because we do need to know what the criteria is, what they're looking for, and does it align to the state requirements or recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the public? Is there anyone else who would like to address the public?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilperson in the 4th Ward.
Yes, I was just looking for the report for ARPA spending. I prepare that after every council meeting, so we do know how much money is left. And through the resolution through November 27th, and by the way, I prepared this. We have $40,542,919.76. That's what's left in ARPA as of the 23rd or 27th of November. And that is the most recent council. So anything spent today will come off of that. Any approvals. So I just wanted to let everybody know that that is tracked. I prepare it every council, and I give it to, and I send it to Ms. Donahue, who sends it to all council members. So if you want to know what the most current amount left in ARPA is, contact your council person, because they have the information. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilperson in the 2nd Ward.
Thank you. So just want to thank those that took the time out to speak today, and also to make sure that I clear something up. Because in Flint, we suffer from no information and misinformation. Right now, the Michigan dollars are no more. As of December the 8th, those funds have been exhausted. So my colleague just said that you all can refer to those funds. Those funds are no more. They have 0 remaining funds left. We have some council members that took advantage of it several months ago. Too bad that they didn't get that word out when they took advantage of it. So as of right now, as of today, there's no more Michigan homeowner funds to help you with $25,000 grants. The fund it was exhausted December the 8th. And if you would like a receipt for that, please refer to the Michigan website, which tells you that there are $0 remaining funds for that account. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to provide a response to the council response? Is there anybody else who would like to provide a response to the council response? Anybody else? All right. Seeing how there's no one else who would like to provide a response to the council response, I will take my time. Thank you to everyone that took the time to speak during public speaking. Thank you to those who showed week after week and remain engaged. Thank you for those who stuck to the agenda that we have before us and spoke to it. Ms. Jean Marie, I do want to talk to you about the second thing that you proposed. I want to hear a little bit more about the resolution you would like to see. So when you have time, I'd love to talk to you about it. At this time, we will now move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the councilperson in the 4th Ward.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to send the consent agenda to council.
All right, there's been a motion on the floor to send the consent agenda to council. Is there a second?
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Oh, sorry. Are there any separations? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays is not in. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? Ms. Williams? The vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The consent agenda has been approved. There's an ordinance we're going on first and properly supported. This meeting is adjourned. Madam Clerk, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Knapp?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. This meeting is adjourned.
Lady Rock.
So combine those two. She has to show that. Got a lot of people who don't do their due diligence before they apply for shit. Yeah, right. Here's the
The mess of quarter stick rule. Because nobody recognizes the dark man. The burning mountain.
I like every time we eat breakfast at their house, we get salmon and cheese and farm fresh eggs.
I was there. I recognized.
That's what it is.
Mike's on live. Hey, come on, give me that to you. Come on, come in. Okay, stop. Come on. Don't get a line. Stop on the reason.
I didn't hear any of it.
Well, it's just pointed. Oh, that's kind of cool. So it's like
What you guys getting?
Essentially, say that you can buy all of the well, that doesn't happen. Yeah, because the thing is, basically, they couldn't sell it. Well, they actually sell it. Which I and usually they put it on the same, even if the county had it, right, but that's not really essentially so it's like, it's the catch-22 is like, where 1 or 2 is a trivial amount.
We shall the money! Release that money! Don't get money! Not to do it.
Because essentially, once that,
oh, okay, okay. All right.
That's years after this. Once that March that's where basically, that's like one of the 2 so that's good, that's my predecessor. So I think remember when, like, I was missing those off my shoes off the road. That's that was still his song.
Yeah, look at you, please.
That purchasing stuff occurred. They didn't wait until they got free. They just went ahead and did it in summer. Awesome because well, no, I mean, they could have waited until the city could have waited until the first planning in December. Much as it is potentially tricky, I think it's very close. Unfortunately, it gives me the
Thank you.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, there goes Mr. Mercedes Kitchen, it is. Mr. Mercedes, you talking to the right council, lady. Get stuff done. Yes. Okay. Hey, what up? All right.
The time is now 6:13. Will the council members please make their way to their seats?
There it goes.
The time is now 6:21, and the Flint City Council meeting is now being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor. Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Mr. Murphy is absent. Ms. Priestley.
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Present.
Ms. Burns.
Present.
Ms. Shedd.
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Present.
Ms. Worthing is absent. We have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. Now it's time for the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll be led in the pledge by Ms. Judy Priestley.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now it's time for our prayer or blessing. But before we do that, we would like to take the time to acknowledge those that may have transitioned. Anyone like to honor anyone with the moment of silence? All right, hearing none, I will go ahead and offer up the name of Mr. Mario Liggins, Mr. Leon Derrick, and also Miss Minnie Harden, who is the owner of Harden Grocery Store on Industrial in Lomita in the 3rd Ward. So we will have a moment of silence starting now. All right, thank you. So now we'll be led in the prayer of the blessing by Bishop Bernadette Jefferson.
Thank you. Let us pray. Father, we come thank you for your goodness and your mercy. We thank you that this is the day that you have made, and we shall rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you for the assembly of your people in this place today. And we thank you for the council people that have come together to be the voice of the community, working in harmony, on one accord, for the rights, for the will, for the faith, for the wisdom, and for the love of this community and other people. Now, Father, we pray right now for your guidance, your wisdom, your knowledge, and your understanding. We pray for unity and oneness. We bind that spirit of foolishness and ignorance. And we come together to do a work, knowing that you are the center, knowing that you are at the helm of everything that we do, and that you have an all-seeing and an all-watchful eye. Now, Father God, bless, direct us, in the matchless name of the one that I serve. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. I'm sorry. We pray for those right now that are at war and in turmoil. We pray for the uproar in other countries. We pray that the peace of God that surpasses all understanding will encamp all around us. Now this is our servant's prayer. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. So now it's time for the reading of the disorderly person city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, disorderly person, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, the individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. So now it's time for requests or changes to the agenda.
Yeah,
Mr. Banks.
Now I've got some additions and changes to the agenda. In the resolutions, if you pass up the two resolutions, I've introduced the resolution to increase the allocation of ARPA funds for home improvement from $5 million to $20 million. The copy should have been passed out to everybody on the council by the clerk. And then another resolution to allocate $300,000 in ARPA funds for the North Flint Reinvestment Corporation. That's the North End Supermarket. Those two resolutions. I also want an agenda change dealing with a motion and or resolution to deny the pay raise for the mayor. And then I also
to censor, Ms. Winfrey Carter and to suspend me for 90 days. I want that added to this agenda. And those are my requested agenda changes.
Okay, so let me make sure that I have an understanding. So I have two resolutions in front of me. We will call which we will all vote on. And we have resolution number, I'll say the ARPA allocation for the 5 to 20 million. We'll call that resolution number 1. And resolution number 2 for the $300,000 for the North Flint Reinvestment Court. That's resolution number 2. And where did you want those resolutions to go?
I want them in there with resolutions. Doesn't matter if they come first or last, as long as they're in the bunch.
All right. And then you said, what was the third one?
If I'm not mistaken, on the order, it was denied, to deny the pay raise. We have to do that within 30 days, a pay raise for the mayor.
Okay, and you don't have a resolution for that?
We do have a pattern resolution, but in the motion that's being made, or if the agenda change happens, we'll try to introduce it and amend it on the floor. We had it from the last council.
So you don't have a resolution for this? This was on here.
Well, I guess you could say resolution number 3.
So
the first one was 1 and 2, that could be number 3.
Okay,
we can run out a copy. We can run a copy of this and give it to Madam Clerk, correct?
Okay, so that'll be number 3 is the resolution to deny the mayor's pay rate.
That is correct.
Okay, and what was your fourth one? You
The
said
fourth one would be an objection to the tax reverted property. We would have to do the same thing with a resolution from there from the last council. It can be amended on the floor, depending on whether we object to them or take them in. But that has to be done at a timely manner as well.
okay, so do you have a resolution for that?
Can we pull something to be that would be number 4. Would that be right? Number 4.
And then you said the 5th one was the...
Yeah, the 5th one, I've asked that right of first refusal and notice to the clerk on those tax reverted properties. I've requested legal department on the record, if I'm not mistaken, to investigate that. That would be a motion until we get a resolution. And so that could be after resolutions. I want to do that motion.
So after resolutions, you want to do a motion for...
An investigation to investigate the right of first refusal and the notice to the clerk on those 100 and some properties that the residents lost. I guess that's the best way to put it. See if this council will help me push for an investigation on that. The clerk didn't get notice, and we didn't get notice.
Okay. All right, so that was the 4 was tax reverted properties, 5 is the investigation of right of first refusal for the property.
And 6 and 7 would be the resolution. 6 would be, I guess, or 5 or 6, however you worded it, would be to see if we can do an agenda change to bring the resolution to censor Ms. Winfrey Carter. And then the next one would be the resolution to attempt to suspend me for 90 days.
Alrighty.
Madam Clerk, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I would make a motion that we, well, those are my requested agenda changes, and I would make a motion that we take them in order to have discussion. So move.
So, Mr. Mays, that's improper. We have to vote on
There she go again, Mr. Mays. Doctor.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mary.
what was, resolution 5 and 6, please? Could you, reiterate that?
5 is the investigation of the right of first refusal for the homes that were lost to the county. And then 6 was the censure of General Carter.
And we have a 7?
Yes, suspension of their commitment.
Thank you.
All right, so,
Madam Chair,
go ahead, Ms.
just give us all 3, 4.
I can't.
Can you please just give us all, because we have 1 and 2 in front of us, but we don't have one for the rest of them, so I want to make sure I have them in the right order for 3 and 4.
Right, not a problem. So, number 3 is to reject the mayor's pay raise. And number 4 is the tax reverted property that goes back to the city at the end of the year. And set 5 is the investigation of the right of first refusal with the homes that were sold in London. 6 is the censure of Mr. Carter. 7 is suspension of their commitment. Okay. All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Jack.
for number 4, is the resolution going to be to refuse them or keep them? I want to make sure that I understand correctly what you were saying.
Yeah, so I haven't seen the resolution.
Okay.
So, but we'll go ahead and ask Mr. May, will this be to keep the property?
Point of order, Madam Chair. If the council votes for these agenda changes, then we'll get into discussion on each and every one of them.
Okay, so, he's not going to answer. So, yes.
But Madam Chair, point of order.
Okay.
It's not that I'm not going to answer, it's just that's the discussion. Right now, we on the agenda changes on the subject matter. I would love to discuss each and every one of them.
Okay.
Before we get to that, if you want that to happen, I'll discuss each and every one of them in detail.
So, Councilman in the Senate Board just asked a question for some clarity. So, what we will do, we have 7 additions to the agenda. So, we will vote on them one by one in sequence. So, we'll go ahead and start with resolution number 1.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Agenda changes should have discussion. There was no motion to vote in order or in sequence, so we should have discussion on each item.
You said discussion on each item? No, that's not how we usually do that. We, when we did discuss them in the motion, all of them were put together. We didn't have a motion for each and individual item.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
He's right, we've always voted for them individually.
But what we did not, well, I'll go ahead and defer to the clerk.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What What is your point?
This will be something decided by the council. That's why when I made the motion to discuss them in motion form, you went off in another direction. Really, you were supposed to say, is there a second to the motion? Normally what happens before we make agenda change, Ms. Priestley would say, vote on them immediately in sequence. But while I had the floor, I put a motion to vote on them individually and made a motion for them. You just never asked for a second. But normally we do vote on them individually. When you said that we would vote on them, I said no more.
Okay, so, for the record, Madam Clerk. So for the record, whenever we don't do it all at the same time, do we typically do each agenda change? A motion for each agenda change?
I'm going to say that you do it different, and that it just depends. Sometimes you don't even vote. You make somebody will say they want it, or it's not objection. Sometimes you do vote, but more often than not, you vote individually on each change.
I didn't hear the last part.
You do vote on each change individually.
You do on each individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so not voting on them, but we were saying have separate debate. Because I don't remember us having a debate.
It depends on how you do it. If you do it as a motion, then you have to do it. Sometimes you changes, or it's an objection, sometimes you do it to a motion, sometimes you don't. I have, minutes where somebody makes a change on the second, that you can vote on it like a motion. We do it different all the time.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Under the normal process of business, we do stuff by motions and we have a discussion and a vote. That's how we normally do business for 30, 40 years.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we'll do, since you initially made your motion to,
Point of order, Madam Chair. You kind of ruled it out order. We kept moving. Right now, my point of order is we would be on the first proposed agenda change, which is resolution number 1. And that would be you asking, is that agenda change going to be approved or denied? So I would make a motion and move that we put resolution number 1 on the council agenda. Not so moved.
all right, so there has been a motion to put resolution number 1 on the agenda, and it has been supported by Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair.
1 second, please. Oh, okay, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I want to make this quick and get this agenda over with. Look like we can be out of here really quick if we take care of business today. We can make the city proud. This is a $300,000 allocation to North Flint Reinvestment Corporation.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Number 1 is the $5 to $20 million.
Oh, I got them labeled wrong. Okay, thank you. My bad. I'll relabel. This is a motion to put resolution number 1, the resolution to increase the allocation of our funds for home improvement from $5 million to $20 million. That's an increase of $15 million. I've noticed when they had the meeting in the dome, people were lined up. I noticed that.
Oh, please hold, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
Yeah, I noticed that there's an outcry in the community for this type of service. What I'm thinking is if we could move this agenda change, it might end up being a
amended and sent back to Finance Committee meeting, but right now I want y'all to approve this agenda change so we can have a short discussion to either move it forward or move it back to Finance Committee meeting. I want to see how much money we have left in those ARPA funds. If it's 30 or 40 million, I'm going to be very comfortable with this. But we need to have a conversation because the people who I see lined up at the dome, they were told that that money has already been ate up by other folks. And some of them feel like they were first in line with their request. But when Ernst & Young did the first assessment of those initial forms, the amount of money requested for home improvements was $7.5 million. So if we allocated $5 million and it's been ate up, then we need to increase it, whether it's 15 million, 5 more million, or whatever. So I want this agenda change and hope that the majority of the council will support it so we can discuss this as we move into the end of 2023. The discussion on it would be a great Christmas present for me. Thank you so much.
Anyone else like to speak first round? Anyone like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Carter.
I am all in favor of putting this resolution on the agenda. I have said before, $5 million for home improvements is simply not enough. When we had over 700 individuals to put in for home improvements, I had already calculated that we were going to need more money. I've been getting calls too that Habitat and what is the other one? Metro. I was told that Metro do not have any money for residents that's calling to be approved for home improvements right now. So we really do need to put more money into home improvements. This money was sent here to our city to help the people, to help the residents. And that's what we need to be focusing on, helping our residents. And I understand there's a couple of members here that's trying to get ARPA money for their 501(c)(3)s. Now, that's not right. It's not right. Let's help the residents first. In fact, I thought that we should have helped the residents first before any of this money went out to nonprofits. Take care of our residents. So I will be in favor of putting this resolution on the agenda. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I believe we're in the first round. You said second round?
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair, we're still in the first round.
Anyone else in the second round? What did you call?
I thought we were in the first round.
We were until we were in the second.
With regard to the first or second round.
She's in the second round, first speaker.
Try to put a fast one on you, man.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Payne.
in all due respect, I didn't catch that. I spoke. You asked whether anybody else wanted to speak.
I did.
And I thought she spoke.
She spoke when we said the second round. So would you like anyone else like to speak in the second round?
Well, I'm going to speak in the second round.
Go ahead, sir.
Because you were so rude.
Excuse me. So we don't want to get started with that.
Excuse me, you're taking the floor. Warn yourself, I have the floor.
Ms. Burns, you don't want to call colleagues rude. So let's proceed.
You can call
Let's proceed, Ms. Burns.
Don't tell me what I can and cannot say. My speech is not dictated by you. That's my First Amendment right. And I've deferred to the city attorney.
City Clerk, would you please start the time?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I want to say this. So you can say, you're not going to restrict my freedom of speech to something that's pleasing to your ears or melancholy. It's not what's going to happen here. Not ever. So you can censure me till the cows come home. You know, I took my censure and went on about my business about it. But I want to tell you this because she started off before. Miss Claire McClinton, I support this. I don't know if she's still out there. We got Paul's tower up right here. I support this. Paul got everything covered in here. I support this because residents, it's not enough. It's not enough money. We know the degree that people, when we see blue tarps, and some blue tarps are blown off and tattered. And we talk about hot water heaters and the different programs. So as my colleague tried to correct me, I support this resolution. But I want to correct this lack of information, misinformation. Well, when it's coming from the president of Flint City Council, she wants people to be hopeless, in my opinion, because here it is on the website.
Ms. Burns, you're out of order for speaking to people's motives. So if you proceed, you will receive a warning. So let's go ahead and go.
So she deferred everyone to the website says My Half and Mission. It states, it does state after December the 8th, any homeowner needing assistance can be added to a wait list. You can still be added to a wait list. Doesn't guarantee. She tells you half the story. So if you still need your taxes paid, water bills, condominium fees, homeowners insurance, they can add you. They can add you. But she's so quick to give an inappropriate clap back and tell everybody what they should or shouldn't do because she is rude. She's very rude. You know, she acted as someone that's cussed. They've said everything up here on this council before. Everything. So you can censure me because it's going to end up you in court like I told you.
Ms. Burns, let's stay germane to this resolution.
You're interrupting. You are taking the floor. You need to warn yourself, Madam Chair. You need to warn yourself. You're out of order. You're out of order. So thank you. So when we talk about this, so if you have, for those people who need home repairs, there is help, and I put them also, and I put them on my list, on my Facebook and social media for the past year. So you can get Mission to help you. There is, Metro is stating that they're out of funds, or they won't have to, Habitat won't have until, I believe, January, February, they're stating. But you need to call daily for those homeowners, because we do know there are some people who have received, I believe one person, but that one I'm kind of skeptical because it's a who's who and who you know got it done. And that's not what it should be. So I am disappointed about, but I support this project. I support it because we have council people who won't even support residents who are in their own ward who need a roof, and the lady is sleeping in a shelter. She's sleeping in a shelter, second ward.
Ms. Burns, once again, you
I'm
have been warned.
speaking to this
You have been warned about speaking to people's
No,
motives.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
So it has been, Councilwoman Burns is giving a warning for speaking to the motives of colleagues, and it has been appealed and seconded by Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Now, this is point of order. It was appealed by Ms. Winfrey Carter. We're waiting to see you ask, is there a second to the appeal?
Okay, so I thought that Tanya Burns said that she appealed on the chair, and I thought Winfrey Carter said that she seconded. That's not correct? Okay, thank you. So it has appealed, and was that support by Dennis Pfeiffer? Not a problem. So it has been an appeal by Winfrey Carter, seconded by Dennis Pfeiffer for Mrs. Burns' second warning of being warned of speaking to the rules of college. So go ahead. We will go ahead. So we will go ahead and
Madam Chair. Okay, you're quoting it correctly. Can you defer to the clerk with the number of warnings? That should be the first warning.
What the chair was stating was Ms. Burns was, but anyway, I'll talk about during my time. So
Now,
this
Madam Chair,
right here is appeal for the ruling of the
Point
chair.
of order.
What is your point?
My point of order is you're not stating it correctly. Is this the first or second?
This
You
is the
stated,
first.
let me finish.
ahead.
You're interrupting.
Go ahead.
You need to refer, you stated second warning. You need to ask the clerk, is it the first or second? You stated it correctly, so please defer to the clerk.
The chair does not need to defer to the clerk. So what the chair will do
I didn't have
is
a
state
first
what
warning.
I'm going to say. So Ms. Burns was giving a warning, her first warning, and then it was appealed by Jerry Carter and seconded by Dennis Pfeiffer. So now we're off to the appeal. So go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter, since you are the main appeal, you're the first speaker.
From what I understand, this is the first warning, not the second warning. That's what I appeal, okay? I think you mentioned second warning. Yeah, but this is the first warning. But I'm gonna say this. First of all, this is not a dictatorship, okay? Everybody sitting up here, every member up here, we were elected by the people.
Really quick, stop. So Ms. Clerk, please start our time. Officer Metcalf, we have a lot of audience disturbance on this side of the room.
Point of order.
Then we're not yelling out.
Point of order, Madam Chair. First, you're supposed to say point of order when something is not wrong. You just totally.
The chair doesn't have to say that.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. So you're saying you can interrupt what I'm saying? I'm up here speaking and you can just interrupt me?
Police brutality on the people.
That's rude.
Bro, you come over there, police brutality stuff.
You're supposed to say point of order and everything stops.
No, I don't. According to the rules.
Oh, so you can just speak while I'm speaking.
I told you to hold so we can start the time.
Oh, my God.
So please proceed, Madam Clerk, with the time, and go ahead, Ms. Winfrey Carter.
See, this is why we're in the appeal. This is why we're in this appeal. Because it's rude. It's just rude. It's simply rude. All while Councilwoman Burns was speaking, the chairperson rudely interrupted her a couple of times. And like I said, you didn't elect us to sit up here. Chairperson Lewis. The people elected us to sit here. This is not a dictatorship. And everyone sitting up here, I believe we're wrong. But see, when it's something that you don't want to hear, you tend to get an attitude. And you take in everything so personal. And it's not right. So yes, I appeal the ruling of the chair. Councilwoman Burns should not have a warning right now. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Madam Chair. You doing this wrong. Now, we can try to help you, we can try to correct you, we can try to wait and see if you're gonna get it right, but we've been trying for weeks and months. Even when you're not chairing, you're egging other chairs on to warn somebody to throw them out. Even when you're not chairing, it has become your MO. What Ms. Burns said when you warned her, the record to take will show, she said second ward residents got tops on their roof. Because you're the second ward council person, it pisses you off.
Right.
And that's what the record will show when you warned her. Now, saying Second Ward residents has tops on their roof, that's not a motive. That's a fact. I'm in the first ward. It's the first ward residents got tarps on their roof. And I'm sure it's in the fourth ward. Mr. Piper represents one of the wealthiest wards in the city, and you go, and some of them mansions might have a tarp on part of their roof. I don't know. But that was no reason to give her a first warning, because she said second ward got tarps on their roof. The First Amendment gives us the right to petition government for our grievances. And right now, Ms. Burns' grievances, as well as mine and some of the residents, is that we want to allocate additional money. And so this is just a discussion to have on the agenda. We got a light agenda. We're just asking for a discussion on this in a public place. I've asked that Ernst & Young come to the next finance committee meeting. I've already indicated I want it on the agenda, so we might have to go back to finance, but at least let us have a discussion. That's what this is about, an agenda change. Not for you to feel like you're being personally attacked. You have to have thick skin. When you're in this business, you have to have thick skin. I take it all the time from you and everybody else. And as a caveat, when you interrupt them, you do have to say point of order. Just because you're the chair, you have no right to violate our rules and just interrupt. And say, Mr. Metcalf, come up here in the middle of somebody speaking, you say point of order. And then call Metcalf. And we can appeal, but it ain't what you think it is.
All right, anyone else like to speak? Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
The reason I seconded this appeal is because I believe in the First Amendment, and obviously our chairperson is a fan of North Korean TED Talks. The first, at not one point did she call the councilwoman in the Second Ward to say any person's name. I believe she said some of my colleagues don't want to help the residents or something like that. To me, that is not speaking to anyone's motive, that's speaking in generality. Part of the First Amendment is not only free speech, but it gives someone the right to say something that you don't want to hear. So, as soon as you hear something that you don't like, they're out of order, and then you start to weaponize the police against the residents.
Every time.
So, to give a warning for speaking in generality and basically saying something that, and she didn't even say your name, but you popped off and immediately went defensive and said your warning. So, in the record will show, and the tape will show, she didn't say not one person's name. But you see the guilty party that chimed up immediately. So, if I would have chimed up immediately, then I guess that would make me guilty. So, I would just hope that my colleagues would allow free speech, and right now we're trying to even have a discussion on reallocating ARPA funds and possibly amending the budget, but they don't want to do that. They won't throw their meeting into chaos. So, we'll see how this vote goes, and we'll see how the vote goes on the subsequent agenda change to actually have a discussion on amending the ARPA budget. So I yield the rest of my time.
Great, so just for the record, Mr. Pfeiffer just spoke that we want to bring chaos to the meeting. What is your point?
This is not your time to speak.
Again.
The chair goes last.
Okay, thank you. So what we will do is remind the colleagues not to speak to the motives of other
Point
colleagues.
of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
You should be saying, is there any other speakers?
Mr. Mays, I'm sharing this meeting, so thank you. Point of order denied.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
Let me make it clear. This is my point of order. You might be chairing this meeting, but I'm an elected First Ward City Council person has the right to participate in this meeting. So you made it clear to me that you chairing the meeting. I want to make it clear to you that I'm elected to participate in this meeting. So I'm waiting for you to rule on my point of order. The ruling will go something like this. Is if it's time for you to speak, Mr. Pfeiffer will tell you, and I'm telling you, you should be calling on anybody else and speak last. So you done made it clear you chairing the meeting. I'm making it clear I'm an elected official participating with a right in this meeting.
Mr. Mays, that was an invalid point of order. So let's not abuse privilege motions.
Point of order.
Mr. Mays.
It ain't invalid to try to get you on track and not breach the rules. The breach of the rules, I've made it clear, I'm gonna make it clearer. I call the point of order, because you're giving speeches and you're supposed to be trying to see who else can speak on this and you speak last. Now that's a valid point of order.
You are abusing again.
I appeal the rules.
So that will be a warning.
I appeal the rules of the chair.
That's fine.
I support his appeal.
That's fine.
Point of order.
Go
Point
ahead.
of order. We are in the middle of an appeal.
Oh, so you can't have an appeal in the middle of an appeal.
Point of order.
According to the rules, you cannot appeal in the middle of appeal. So
Point
you
of
can't
order.
appeal in the middle of appeal. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
You want me to read the rule that says any decision of the chair can be appealed immediately? Ms. Mashat been here about 3 months and don't know what I know. I'm appealing the rule that's been appealed.
That's fine, but according to Robert Rules of Council rules, I'm addressing
Point of order.
Mr. Mays, I'm
Point
addressing
of
your
order.
point. I'm addressing your point.
Do you want me to read the rule or you want to read it?
We don't need to.
Well,
Because
wait,
we read
yes,
it
we
last
do.
meeting. We read it last meeting.
Let's read it this meeting. You want me to read it?
Not at all. Well, we want you to be in order.
You want me to read it or you want to read it? Should anybody read it? The clerk, the audience?
So, Mr. Mays, you keep, issue of warning.
Talking to a ghost, Mr. Mays. There you go, talking to the ghost again. They call it Ghostbusters.
Okay, so now we are back to our first appeal for the warning of Ms. Tanya Burns. Mr. Pfeiffer, he already spoke. Anyone else like to speak?
Point of order.
What is your point?
Did you rule on his appeal that you did?
I did.
Can you repeat it? His point of order, can you repeat it, please?
Absolutely. So that point of order is improper because that appeal is improper because we're in the middle of appeal. In accordance to the rule, you can't stack appeals.
So can you warn him, so his warning is invalid?
No, his warning is valid.
So he can't give his appeal? He can't. But the rule states you have a right to automatically appeal a warning. So you, as the chair, you don't have the right to not allow him to appeal your warning. Do you understand that?
No, I don't understand.
Okay, well, he has a right to appeal that.
Again, according to our rule, Robert's rule, you cannot stack appeals.
Request information.
What is
So are you
your
saying we can appeal it after this appeal?
What I'm saying is that you can't appeal during. So right now, Mr. Mays, he received his first warning for misusing points of order. And so right now, we are moving on so we can finish Ms. Burns.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Did you rule on my point of order when you took the floor?
Which point of order?
The point of order when you took the floor illegally after I spoke. Did you rule on that?
No.
No. See, the chair didn't take the floor. The chair was just stating order, Mr. Fife.
Point of order. Point of order. And I'll appeal to you if I have to.
That's fine, do that now.
No, bullshit. Because this rule states that you speak last, and if you want to call me to order, you should have done it when I was speaking, not after. That's taking the floor.
So what the chair did after you continued to speak, just wanted to remind the colleagues that you cannot speak tomorrow.
You stated my name.
I didn't want to. I could have warned you, and it would have been fine. But the chair didn't do that again. As I continue to chair the meeting, we just need for colleagues just to be cool and be in order. That's all we have. And so, as we move on, anyone else would like to speak on Ms. Burns' appeal?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
First of all, you are abusing your power and your position as the chair. You are abusing your power and your position as the chair. You gonna tell us to be cool? I mean, be cool when you are not cool at all. You are really, this is really, and it is out of control.
Excuse me real quick.
Stop my time,
It's
please.
out of time. Metcalf, thank you. Let's make sure, I hear all the people yelling out she's out of control from the audience. So let's make sure that we're having order in the chamber.
Point of order. It's the chair's responsibility to call the residents to order. It's not the chair's duty to tell the police officer to call them.
So, okay, well, thank you so much, ma'am. That's your first warning. Wow. Let's go ahead and go. Go ahead, Ms. Burns. Take your time.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do another appeal.
You can't do an appeal in the middle of an appeal.
You can take appeals and they can be supported and you put on the list.
Not according to Robert's rules.
Point of order.
We're not going by Robert's rules. We're going by our council rules.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Madam Chair, I sit here. Look at rule number 1.2. The president or chair, the presiding officer shall decide all questions arising under these rules and parliamentary practices, subject to appeal. The chair shall first decide the question, and any member may appeal that decision. Our council rules supersede Robert's rules. These are the rules. You can decide any question under 1.2, but every question you decide is subject to appeal. So if she wants to appeal on behalf of that lady and you made a decision, it's subject to appeal. If I get a first warning and it catches me off guard, it's subject to appeal. Now when we get to it, and how y'all vote is a different matter. But these things are subject to appeal. And you are subject to appeal on each and every decision you make.
Hey!
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Burns. Proceed with your time. Go ahead, Ms. Donovan.
Before, I want my 5 seconds back, please, because she was speaking and taking the floor, Madam Clerk. It was actually 2:37 before she illegally took the floor, please. You got, okay, thank you. So again, this is abuse of power and position, and she's doing it every meeting. And it's the dumpster fire. It's the dumpster fire meeting. Now, we may not want to hear that a resident of the 2nd Ward, Ms. Mayfield was here, and her ceiling fell in. This ties directly to giving money for ARPA to home repair because she can't stay in her home. This resident was put out by Councilmember Liddell Lewis. She put her out. She called Metcalf on her. She weaponized the police. She was removed. She was also a resident who is handicapped.
Whoa!
She was in here on her walker. And so she was removed. So it's a fact. Not speaking to motives. That's a fact. A motive is something that you might be doing or likely to do. This actually happened. It's a fact. She was removed. She's now sleeping in a shelter. She needs a roof on her home. She needs home repair. I met with Ms. Shelley Sparks Green about this. A couple of times we talked about it, met with her in person. You didn't even go talk to your resident. You escorted her out. You keep doing this, you want people to be quiet, you want us to be cool and work with you when you are not workable. You're not nice to people. You're not respectful to your colleagues. You want to chair and rule with the iron fist like a tyrant, like a dictator. You want to tell people the rules without a clear understanding of what the rules even mean, which means you cannot chair fairly nor correctly. You come in here to make a point, and the point gets lost because you're not trying to work with anybody. How do you go wrong with helping people get their homes repaired? You don't, and these are your residents. Because you don't like what I'm saying, you're gonna put me out. Well, you censored me, and I meant exactly what I said. Because I've talked to Attorney Kim. You want to use the city attorney, put me out again, fine, if you did it, I want a city attorney to represent me. Because I'm not gonna put out my city legal because you're lying. I'm not gonna do it. And the 6 residents are not gonna allow it either. You are not fair. You don't understand the rules, and this is dumpster fire. And it's probably to the point because we're not going to get far. We may have to vote to remove you to get through this meeting as we did before. You don't get it. You don't get it. My time is up now.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? All right, anyone else? Seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and be the last to speak. According to Robert's rule, well, we went over this last meeting, and we spent a significant amount of time talking about the stacking of appeals. It was confirmed that you cannot stack appeals and that our council rules do not speak to the stacking of appeals. It just speaks to the making of appeals. However, when you refer to Robert rule, and that is rule number 24, which specifically deals with appeals, it states that you cannot stack appeals. So therefore, we can't stack appeals. Now, the reason why Ms. Burns, why she received her warning was because as Ms. Burns began to speak, she began to speak to the motives of colleagues, speaking to motives of colleagues, per usual. And then she began saying that I voted against my ward. Speaking to things like that which are not true. And unfortunately, you can't speak to colleagues' motives. This is a Robert rule that she quotes all the time. You cannot speak to colleagues' motives. Just stick exclusively to the resolution. Not what you think, not how you feel, but exclusive to the resolution. Too often we get caught up in personality and who don't like who. It's already been stated on the mic by other colleagues who like who. Doesn't matter to me. What we're here to do is get through these resolutions. For when we're still on agenda changes, we're looking to get through agenda changes so we can vote it up or down if we're going to accept this agenda change so we can move on. That's what we're here to do. And according to council rules, if you look at it, it says a point of order is to correct the chair. So the chair can use a point of order to correct the chair. So again, the chair does not have to state point of order when you are chairing this meeting. So with all that being said, I said second time. What I was trying to say was this was the second time that I spoke to Ms. Burns about this. So I told her she was out of order the first time, and I was telling her that she will be warned the second time, and she proceeded to speak on the motives of colleagues. What we won't do, We won't continue to speak to personalities or to project feelings on colleagues. We will do the work. And if we're talking anything outside of the work, if we're doing anything outside of these rules, you will be called to order. Colleagues and audience members alike. We will give this chamber back to the city so they can feel safe coming here to practice their democracy. That's the goal. So with that being said, we are on the appeal of Tanya Burns Warren for speaking to Muslim colleagues. If you would like to vote, if you would like to go against the chair, you will vote yes. But to support the ruling of the chair, you will vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
No.
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shep?
No.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So now we will go back to the first resolution. What is your point?
I'm appealing the first warning that you gave.
Support.
Mr. May, so you can't do that in the middle of, yeah, so we are on to something else. You did that during an appeal.
Point of order.
What is your point?
All decisions of the chair are reviewable.
Okay. I just want to confirm this with the attorney.
He's back there, point of order. Point of order.
What is your point, Mr. May?
He's back there eating. You see that chair?
Has nothing to do with the business of this council. Thank you.
Request information, Madam Chair.
What is your request?
Can't you read and decipher this stuff? Is it an easy read?
So, thank you, Mr. May. Okay, so Attorney Kemp, so just for clarity purposes, since we cannot stack appeals during an appeal, is it possible for them to bring to appeal it afterwards?
Madam Chair, the Robert's Rules of Order, Section 24(3) says that if a point of order is raised while an appeal is pending, there is no appeal from the chair's decision on this point of order. Although the correctness of the ruling can be brought up later by a motion covering the case.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Mr. May, you appeal the ruling of the chair. And Mr. Pfeiffer, second. You want to make that clear? All right. So, and this is the appeal for Mr. May's misusing points of order. So, go ahead, Mr. May.
Madam Chair,
Make sure that the time is starting. All right, go ahead.
let me say this. It might piss you off. It might piss Miss Priestley off. And it might piss Miss Michelle. But I'm elected. And I can read. I've been getting A's and B's in reading since elementary and junior high. And clearly it says any decision of the chair is subject to appeal. Now, why you need a city attorney to read that to you, I don't know. Why you don't believe we can read, I don't know. Why you can't read and understand that, I don't know. Let me say this. If any decision of the chair is subject to appeal, and we appeal it, whenever you hear it, it's appeal. We shouldn't have to do it 2 and 3 times and get legal opinions. You talk about what ain't covered in council rules. That is covered. It says any decision you make. If we listen to you, you can warn us and throw us out in the middle of an appeal, and we can do nothing about it till we go. You and Candace Machad is dead wrong. She's been sitting here for 3-4 months, and she done told you what to do. And you did. That don't even make sense to me. And then when she chairing, you telling her what to do. It's becoming obvious. And then Miss Priestley, because Hurricane Road and y'all changed the rules. Everybody watching see 4 yes and 3 no. But y'all changed the rules and you have to get 5 yes. Because y'all got the chairmanship. Y'all better pray on your knees and hope we don't get word out of it. Because if you flip to the 5 with the common sense, y'all gonna get dragged. Politically. Now here you get rides with the police, saying somebody gonna rape you. What? I ain't never seen such a thing. And here you coming in here raping us politically, trying to throw us out our seats repeatedly for a bogus ruling you making repeatedly. You can warn me 3, 4, 5 times. You can throw me out every meeting. But in the long run, if we pick the right federal court judge, y'all gonna pay me.
Madam Chair?
Oh, go ahead, Councilman Shaw.
Yes, so I'm fine with everybody being elected. Surprise, surprise. And also, I was saying, when you were being told you couldn't appeal, I was one out here saying you could appeal because you did so right away. I've got the A's and B's and can read as well, which is why I knew you could appeal right away and agree with the fact that you should be able to appeal. That's all.
Wow, what you just
said? Go ahead,
I find it very humorous that Mr. Mays got a warning for his abuse for calling the chair to order. And every time the chair has had to refer to the attorney or the clerk, and she's been dead wrong. So the person that chairs the worst, we have to call to order the most. And when she gets mad that you call her to order, and when she's wrong, you get a warning. That is some. I said it earlier. That's some North Korean Kim Jong-un. And this is what my colleagues voted for when they appointed her to be president. They voted for chaos because she's the worst chair that this city has ever seen. And it's truly amazing that she wants to give out warnings for correcting her every time she's been wrong. Every time. Now the colleagues won't vote that she's wrong. This will get a 4-3 vote as well. And Mr. Mays will get his first warning because the other colleagues will get shamed and talked down to by her if they vote the correct way. Because not only does she demean every person that she talks to if you vote wrong, and that's what colleagues are scared to vote a different way, because they will get demeaned. You seen a few meetings ago when our colleague in the 3rd Ward got a talking to when he voted incorrectly.
Mr. Murphy.
And he put his head down and cowered. And I'm not stating opinion. The record will put that as a fact. Maybe that was taught in, when she got her doctorate. But as city council, that doctoral is irrelevant. If you can read the rules and be fair, and this is another one that would go 4-3. Mr. Mays will get his first warning. I'm not blind to that because the other colleagues don't want to get talked on. So, that is all. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. McCarty.
I don't know, Councilman Pfeiffer, I call it bullying. They're being bullied. This is getting out of control. This been out of control. Day one. This been out of control. Just like Councilwoman Burns, she shouldn't have received a warning for speaking during her time. And Councilman Mays shouldn't receive a warning. I mean, is it wrong to correct the chair? No. He's just trying to correct the chair. And he's doing it right by calling points of order. There's nothing wrong with calling a point of order. It's not an abuse to call a point of order. So I'll be voting no. I mean, yes, to revert this, because this chair, in my opinion, she's on some personal stuff. It's all personal with her. She comes in here every week, every meeting. She pokes at Councilman Mays, she pokes at me, she pokes at Councilwoman Burns, and she pokes at Councilman Pfeiffer. Every week. And you know what? Councilman Pfeiffer is probably going to be next to get a censure. I'm sure of it. But the thing about it, she's not fair, because she'll never call Councilwoman Worthing out. Never. It's unfair treatment. Unfair treatment. It's a double standard up here. Shameful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So, again, it is an abuse of power and position. A gross misuse of power and position. And she wields with the iron fist. And she's incorrect in how she's chairing. She's incorrect in is how she decides to interpret the council rules frequently. She misquoted the Michigan website. I do consider it to be bullying, because I've listened to the tongue lashings and what is this person doing, what's this person doing? And some of them, I believe, are scared to vote in the right way. I've seen it several times. She will come after them. What are you doing? That's not what you're doing. And the looks, y'all can get all the looks. You don't get them. We have a First Amendment right to say whatever we want to say. Every single point of order or request for information that is said from people that she doesn't like, you get a warning. You get a warning. And the playbook stays the same. Warn them, get them out. It doesn't matter what they say. And I'm not going to agree with her with some of the stuff she's dead wrong. Doesn't tell the truth. Said she didn't walk on the Mitchell boys. Didn't walk out on them. Video shows she did. Video shows she did. And then my colleagues, 5 of them who I think may be being bullied, voted that was true. That, they said that, that didn't happen. They voted and agreed with that nonsense. They voted with her when she said, I became argumentative with Doug Matthews. Wasn't true. He became argumentative with me, but she did ask him in that video. The video shows She asked him to get himself together. So you watch my show, you said you tuned in. Thank you for click, liking, and sharing. You're not fair with what you do. It showed Doug arguing with me, and he wants to be the ombudsman. When I was speaking, he was interrupting. And you did call him to order. You didn't warn him, but you called him to order. You're not fair. And people are watching. And you don't care about it. All you care about is vengeance is yours. But it's supposed to be the Lord. You are not God, you are not a deity. But you're putting yourself in the position that you are. And people see it. And you got colleagues who won't speak out against it. I'm surprised Councilwoman Priestley, because she wasn't here for the first half. I thought she would have abstained.
Yeah,
to vote for that nonsense was ridiculous. You know, but she'll get it. What did I tell you to do? Like she's somebody, mama. Like, I ain't never seen nothing like this. We're all elected here, not just you.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak? Oh, okay. Seeing that no one else would like to speak, I'll go ahead and use my time. This resolution, this appeal is about the warning of Councilperson Mays for using points of order.
Request for information.
What?
Are you aware that there's no rule against multiple points of order? The rules are for multiple requests for information.
Doctor, answer that.
So, the fact that Mr. Mays continued to abuse privilege motions, it holds back the business of the city. And that's what we're talking about.
Warnings hold back the city.
And so, Mr. Jones, that is his warning.
Oh my God, he called somebody name.
Again, we can make
Madam
a lot
Chair,
of this.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
I appeal the ruling of the chair to give Mr. Jones his first.
There is no appealing the ruling of the chair to call council, on him to order.
Warning, Madam Chair.
We're bringing him to order. We're bringing him to order. So according to law enforcement and our rules, yes, all his members can be called to order. So
What does law enforcement have to do with this? Are you discombobulated? What does law enforcement have to do with this? If you give him a warning, we have the right to appeal his warning. What does law enforcement have to do? Are you discombobulated at this moment?
So again, as stated, when all the members are being called to order, there is no warning and appeal for that. And so, anywho, and plus you can't appeal in the middle of the appeal. So I'm about to reclaim my time. Ms. Donahue. So unfortunately, as others begin to speak, we continue to get interrupted. Audience members, colleagues alike. This is the problem. We are talking exclusively to the misuse of privilege motions. You're only supposed to use your point of order when the chair is breaching a rule or a chair does not call a breach of order. That's what our council rules say. But unfortunately, people want to use this time to say things that are not true. So, again, Mr. Mays, I will stick to what's relevant and germane, but we don't have time to talk about the other stuff. So, Mr. Mays was being brought to order for misusing points of order several times. I brought him to order. He refused to listen, so he was issued his first warning. So, with that being said, if you want to overturn the ruling of the chair, you vote yes. To sustain the ruling of the chair, you vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk. No.
Ms. Priestley? I abstained because I wasn't present.
Yes.
No.
I abstain because we have the right to correct the chair in multiple points of order. I'm not a rule violation, so I abstain.
Mr. Bates?
Yes.
Vote is 3 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions.
Vote is 3 yes, 2 no, and 2 abstentions. The ruling of the chair stands. It is sustained, and Mr. Mays had his first warning. So now we're about to go back to resolution number 1.
Madam Chair.
What is your point?
I'm gonna remind you there's an appeal of the warning you gave that lady, and then there's an appeal of the warning that you gave Mr. Jones. That's the order of business.
Oh! Take that.
All right, so there is an appeal for councilman for the chair calling the audience to order. And it has been, excuse me, what's your point?
It ain't an appeal of the chair calling the audience to order. It's an appeal of you warning that lady.
And that's called bringing that lady to order.
Well, I'm gonna make it specific to that lady.
It is fine. So is there a second for his appeal? We have support from Mr. Pfeiffer.
Point of order.
So Mr. May, what is your point?
It had already been appealed. So you want us to do it again?
Yeah, we're
When
gonna
we ain't in appeal?
because you can't do it in the middle of appeal. So you said yes, supported by Mr. Pfeiffer. Okay, just checking. Let the chair chair. Excuse me. All right, so there has been an appeal for bringing the audience to order. So is there, let's see, brought to you by Mr. May, you speak first?
Who made the appeal? You just stated it was made by Ms. Winfrey Carter and seconded by Mr. Pfeiffer. If you really knew Ms. Winfrey Carter would speak first, when you gonna learn this stuff?
Mr. May, I thought you made the appeal.
You just told me who made it. Within 2 minutes ago.
I did not say that. I did not call her. I told her that Mr. Pfeiffer seconded. That's what I told her. So anyway, do you want to
appeal me or you, Mr. Carter, if I may, Madam
Councilman Gaines, you can go ahead and appeal, but I did make the initial appeal. And Pfeiffer supported.
Well, let's make it clear for the record. Thank you. So, Jerry Winfrey Carter made the appeal, seconded by Dennis Pfeiffer.
Man, this is a cluster.
Now, I'm gonna say this. You guys are walking on thin water. When you point out our residents. First of all, this chamber belongs to the residents. Thank you. This chamber belongs to the residents of the city of Flint. They should feel free. They should feel welcome to come into this chamber and be engaged in the process. Be engaged in this meeting. But see, this is the problem. When the residents make their sounds, when they are confused about what's going on up here, when they see something that's not right, they're gonna say something. Absolutely. Because it's not right up here, I'm telling you. This is not being ran right. So what's wrong with the residents voicing or expressing how they feel? There's nothing wrong with it. The job of the chairperson is to say, audience, can you please quiet down? You know, it's not the job of the chair to point out the residents and say, this is your warning. This is your warning, so-and-so. This is your warning. It's not your job. It's their job to engage room, into this meeting. That's the job of the chairperson, to make everyone in this room feel welcome.
Amen.
And engaged. But you tread on thin waters, because it's the residents that vote you in. And when you continue to warn residents and put residents out, that's the problem. It becomes problematic.
Hit the road.
The resident should have never received a warning. So I'll be voting against the chair's ruling. Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Ms. Winfrey Carter stated something that the chair don't want you guys here. They want to pass everything in the darkness of night. They don't want to hear feedback. I mean, I think it was on a committee meeting last Wednesday when one of my colleagues said that the opinion of her resident was invalid. I mean, I think we're talking about a walking path, and Miss Jan Marie Arbor was told her opinion was irrelevant.
That's what they said.
So they don't want you here. They don't want you here. And you know, now what she didn't call the chamber to order. She immediately, the first words out of her mouth was to weaponize the police and to intimidate folks. So it's a sad day. It's a sad day, Mr. Mitchell.
It sure is.
Because the residents, this chamber, you know, all those seats out there, there's what, 200 seats? There's only 9 up here.
Yeah.
So who's more important? It's those 200 out there. It's not these 9. These 9 come and go.
Go ahead.
These 9 come and go. Residents who are in the audience have been here, I would guess, more than we've been appointed or elected.
Amen.
So, I think that there's a process when you're unruly and you're disrupting the meeting and stopping progress of the meeting. That's one thing, but speaking when you're not slowing down the meeting didn't have to take a break. We didn't have to take a recess because of the audience was out of order. I think that this is just another slap in the face to the residents who've already been beat down for over a decade.
Yeah, that part.
That now, shut up and get in line. That's what's being told.
Yep.
Sad day. Thank you.
Madam
Mr. May.
Yeah, ma'am. Come and tell me what your name is.
Who, me?
Yeah. Hey, let me say this, because she come up here. I counted about 30-some people in the audience. And these same people are the people who've been watching council, pretty much. Kelly, you say you do. But I know Flint, and I know the people who I'm looking at in this room. And I know city council. And I'm going to explain something to you. It is about getting the business of the city of Flint done. It is about allocating millions of dollars to residents when you get one chance to do it.
Thank you.
I've been here 10 years, probably gonna be here 3 or 4 more. And I know you only get one chance to allocate this tax money to help residents. And I'm not gonna let 3 or 4 people block it if I can help it.
Okay, thank you.
If I have to call 30 people together, what's 30 times 20? 10 times 30 is 300. 20 times 30 is 600. Y'all know how many signatures we can get in a day? 30 people can get 600 in a day. Eva is done. They missed her by 20 votes. This ain't gonna go on for me for 3-4 years. I don't care if they do me like overseas. They can stone me, pull my fingernails out. They can whip me like they did a slave. I ain't going nowhere too easy. I ain't studying, but I am studying helping folks in this city. And I'm gonna try to get some obstacles out the way. I'm not gonna come in here every meeting and get 2 bogus warnings and keep continuing to be wrongfully threw out of my seat. And they think ain't nothing can be done. Here she can't even read the rule right. 25.1. The purpose of a point of order is to correct the breach of the rules when the presiding officer does not correct it, or when the presiding officer makes a breach. You can correct any rule with a point of order, and you can correct the presiding officer. We got somebody up here who can't read, and it's causing a problem.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Listen, each time you come here, you have a missed opportunity. And it is an abuse of power. And you keep weaponizing the police on the residents. It doesn't make sense. When you're chairing, a part of, and the most important part, is to keep the people in the council chamber and to keep all council members in there. Excuse me, Judy, this is mine. I said apart. Apart. And let me finish before you have a disagreement. Yeah, thank you. Because you be the same one voting with her with all this crazy nonsense, but she's mine. Same one who, and you support that nonsense. Now, I done seen her minus you. And you fall right in line with her. Right in line. The same thing with the censure with me. When you fell in line and said about the gun. And we had a whole conversation about that. You fell in line. Because you don't stick up for yourself. I'm going to stick up for myself. I'm going to stick up for my board. But when you weaponize the police against the residents, this is about the residents. You have a right to say something. So if the little baby that was in here started to cry, was the baby going to get put out? Does the baby is I mean, some of this stuff is foolishness. It's just straight foolishness. You talk about the meetings being going on so long and we hear people tired. When you start warning people for speaking, we have a right to say what we want to say. You don't get to critique or tell us selectively what we can or cannot say. And when you get the 5 people who go along with it, shame on them. Because there's only 2 ways to remove a council person legally from their seat from the length of time, which is going to get y'all sued. It's by the governor and by a recall. 2 ways. 2 ways. And y'all don't get it. And just be lying. Just be lying. I ain't never seen so many liars. Do anything to, yep, you a liar. You lied about the Mitchell. You are a liar. You lied about Michigan. Now, them people can go, they can go online to apply. Yeah, they can. You tried to check me, read it for yourself. You can get put on the wait list. The wait list. So you so busy into, is that supposed to scare me? Because I'm not scared of it. I feel sorry for you. I feel sorry for you. I seriously do. Because you were supposed, you're in a position to bring this council together. You have 4 council people that you do not get along with. You exploited one by making a malicious lie that you were called something that you were not. And you used that and rode that horse, called in and got the pastors in on it, made fake little tears, and then you got the pastor, lied to the pastors. Got them in it and lied to the pastors. They didn't even know what they were getting into. I'm sorry, brothers, y'all gotta go through this. This isn't right.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? Okay, seeing that there's no one else, I'll go ahead and use my time. This specific appeal is about the audit member being called to order because according to council rules, you cannot yell out and speak during the council meeting. The time to speak at the council meeting is when you're at the lectern. Past council, a council across the nation, when you yell out in a disorderly manner, you will be called to order or you will be removed from chambers. The Flint City Council chamber is no different. So therefore, the chair called the audience member to order. So with that being said, a yes will overturn the ruling of the chair, a no will sustain the ruling of the chair for calling the audience member to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Fraser?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Oh, sorry, vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I'm appealing the chair's decision to give Mr. Rich Jones his first warning, and that would be the last of the appeals as of right now.
All right, is there a second? Supported by Mr. Pfeiffer. And so the appeal on the floor is calling Mr. Richard Jones to order for yelling out during the council meeting. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, let me explain why I think it's important for us to make these appeals. Y'all, as a bigger audience, might not know what I know. But in this particular case, I know that Rich Jones was out getting petition signatures to recall Ms. Lewis. She called him by name. When we go to church and the sermon is good, folks don't get put out of church for saying amen. They don't get put out of church for clapping. They don't get put out of church for moaning and groaning. When my mom and dad died, you looked at me, you couldn't tell. But when I got to myself, I broke down. Some stuff you just can't help but do. When you in these council meetings dealing with millions of dollars, residents coming down you, and we up here fighting for millions of dollars, sometimes you can't help but moan and groan. You can't help but clap and say amen. It should get you put out.
That's right.
See, there's some extreme stuff. You got a woman up here want to put elected folks out repeatedly and regularly for trying to conduct a meeting, for exercising our constitutional and civil rights to agree and disagree. But you know what makes it worse? Those who condone her wrongdoing.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they want to be chairpersons and presidents and finance chair people so bad. I done held all them positions. And that ain't where it's at. But they want it so bad. They'll cut your vote, my vote, to go home to their relatives and friends and say, I'm the president of the country. They looking bad. I wouldn't want no position that bad. And then you got 4 people condoning wrongdoing. They done changed the rules that you can't win on a majority of vote of 3. You gotta have 5. That's why I put that on here with about censoring Miss Winfrey Carter and removing me. 'cause they click ain't here.
Oh, yeah.
Now they might walk in any minute, but look, evil word and question, missing in action. That's a gang mentality to condone wrongdoing.
All right, anyone else like to speak on this appeal? All right, so, seeing none, I will go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
I will say that, the rule of city council states that the public and the city council are both subject to the disorderly persons ordinance 31. Says that's the language, I believe, is the housing discrimination, but 31-10, I believe, is its intent. The presiding officer has a responsibility and duty to enforce those rules. So, what is general code of conduct? I guess that's up to the chair. But they were not disturbing the peace. I don't believe that anyone spoke out today that got a warning was disturbing the peace. I think that there would be, if there was a vote of the audience, whether or not Mr. Jones disturbed the peace, I believe there would be probably 35 to 3 would be the vote, saying that he was not disturbing the peace. But 3 will decide. And when did we stop saying, come to order, Mr. Jones, or whoever, or audience, and automatically go to a warning? I thought warnings were a progressive stage, and now because you don't like an individual, they don't speak to what you approve of, it automatically escalates to a warning. I believe that you should call them to order and give them an opportunity and then escalate it if they truly become disturbing the peace to order or to a warning. But to immediately call somebody out by name because they disagree with you and your policy and your politics, that you immediately jump to warning. That was the first time, I didn't even know Mr. Jones was here. It was the first time I heard his voice, and you escalated it automatically to warning. So if that's the way we're going to go, when someone who agrees with your politics, they better get a warning if they breathe wrong. Because that's a precedent that you're setting. And I'm not intimidated by you trying to stare me down.
Wow!
So that's not going to work.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes, I did not hear Mr. Jones speak out this time. I don't hesitate to stand with you in the case that I do hear something. I did not this time. So I am going to vote against the chair on this appeal.
Wow!
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
Thank you. We gotta be, well, not we, you have to be careful, because you're ruling with this iron fist. And it goes back to if the baby was to cry. Making a sound or in agreement or a gesture should not escalate, as Councilman Pfeiffer said, to automatic removal. You're so quick to throw everybody out. I don't know what it takes. I used to say team building, let's, get together. I think we're past that point. Because you come here, unfortunately, with a vengeance. If he made one remark, you got the whole left and right side. people are talking and clapping or, you know, whatever they're doing. And you cannot keep throwing people out, violating their rights also. You are so busy, you should be worried about what we're doing up here and not paying attention to what's out there. You should be chairing this. And you fall each and every time into the wrong thing because you're yielding your power around. You gotta stop that. You gotta stop that because we can have good dialogue and we don't have to agree with you. So you get mad when people don't agree with you. And you don't want anyone to say anything that you may feel may be against you. That's a terrible chair, terrible leader.
Ms. Burns, let's not speak to people's motives. You being
am I gonna get another warning?
Oh my God!
You took the floor. Warn yourself. You have to say, warn yourself. You're the chair. You took the floor. You need to warn yourself. Give yourself a warning. You didn't ask me. You didn't say point of order. You didn't say request information. You stole the floor. Again, you stole it. Give yourself a warning. Let's see if the rules apply to you tonight.
They don't.
Madam Clerk, will proceed with time.
So does
Point of order, Madam Chair. After this is over, you're gonna entertain my motion to give you your first warning.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. What you're doing. I'll make it now or make it later.
Well, if we do that, I will give Ms. Burns her second warning for speaking to motives. The chair, as a courtesy,
Point of order.
Let's be clear. Go
Point
ahead.
of order. I don't think she spoke to your motive. She stated her opinion. That wasn't speaking to your motive.
That's clear.
Can you understand?
It is.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, go ahead.
You blackmailing now? If we don't do this, then I won't do that. Is that how you cheering now?
We are wasting time with these frivolous points of order. We are in these frivolous appeals. We're wasting time. So if we're going to waste time, we're going to go ahead and warn the colleagues that are doing so. Ms. Burns, you have been asked not to violate Robert's rule. Was it that 46.23? Which stage don't speak to people?
No, that's incorrect.
Oh, 1.21.
No,
I can call it out,
correct.
but the chair is speaking.
Point of order.
The chair is
Point
speaking.
of order. Point of order.
What is your point?
I have the floor. Does the chair understand that? You keep taking the floor.
No, you
Warn
don't.
yourself.
No,
Warn
you have point
yourself.
of order.
I have the floor.
Ms. Burns.
I'm in my time. You see that clock?
Ms. Burns.
That clock means I'm in my
Ms.
time.
Burns, you're getting out of order. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make motion to recess.
All right, there is a motion for recess. Any support? Any support? All right, so it looks like that motion failed. So, Mr. Mays, what is your point of order?
Yeah, Madam Chair, this meeting can disintegrate, and we all can go home, but we trying to take care of business. We not gonna let you breach the rules, blackmail us about if we appeal or don't appeal, what you gonna do. We'll stop the meeting before we do that. My point is this: quit messing around, leave folks alone, and let us do the business in the city.
Mr. Mays, that was a valid point of order. So we're about to move back to Ms. Burns so she can proceed with her 1 minute and 56 seconds. Proceed, Ms. Burns.
I would like you to warn yourself for taking the floor. That's where I left off at. Because you continuously take the floor. So if you choose to give me a second warning in your blackmail tactic, I have no problem. You can feel free to do it because you gave an either or. If you do this or this, then you quoted all the wrong, and that was Robert's rule. Y'all was quoting to try to get people under control. That was what y'all was doing. That was mine originally. I didn't write Robert's rule. So you blackmailing, and that's interesting. So you're going to use a tactic to get somebody in control. This is supposed to be a democracy. This is healthy debate. And so you are now saying exactly what we've been saying, that you rule like a dictator. Yes. You proved that. You need to give yourself a warning. Are you not going to give yourself a warning? So the rules don't apply to the chairperson, who is the councilwoman in the second ward. No. The rules do not apply. She's exempt. She is privileged from them and entitled because they don't apply to her. And see, this is what my colleagues got to start looking at. When you support this nonsense, you support her, you support the nonsense. And this is nonsense that you're doing right now. It's nonsense. Ruling like this is a totalitarian government. You don't have any rights. You can't speak out. You can't clap. You can't read high. You can't do anything up in here when she tells you. Nothing but what she tells you. And then if you don't do what she tells you, then it's an either or. You can't do that. It's just terrible. Terrible. This is how you chair a meeting. And she's complacent in doing it with a smugness about herself. Shameful. Shameful.
All right, anyone else would like to speak? All right, seeing that we have no one else to speak, I will go ahead and utilize my time. Mr. Jones, this was the second time that I acknowledge that Mr. Jones said something, but this was the first warning. According to council rule, as stated the first time, if you want, you can feel free to clap. However, when you start yelling out phrases, that's reserved for the lectern, and that's making your behavior out of order. Mr. Jones yelled out. He was out of order. So with that being said, that's why Mr. Jones received his first warning. Unfortunately, we have wasted too much time. Yes. Talking about nothing, appealing nothing. They just got a warning to get in order. And now we're about to hopefully get on with the business, which has been stretched out by motions made to discuss everything. What is your request?
If it was a waste of time, don't you look at the actions which caused the reactions? You don't take no responsibility.
Again, you can't take the floor and use a frivolous request for information, because your request for information, according to council rules, should be you seeking an answer to help with your next vote. So again, Mr. Mays, you should know this, because you've been here the longest.
Request for information.
Mr. Mays, if this is a violation, this will be your second warning. So what is your request?
Oh, God! You're gonna do it, Mays.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Black Hill. Yep, that's how it is. You're already gonna put your foot down. You only got 2 foot. You're gonna cut the other one. To remove her. Right now.
Okay, so moving on. Let's go ahead and let me continue with my time and let Mr. Mays stop banging on the table.
Oh my God! She went there.
Again, what is your point?
So now you're trying to tell the man he can't bang his pencil on this tabletop in front of us.
A dictator.
Who are you?
Yeah, that's what's going on.
You don't control him.
Again, Ms. Winfrey Howard, your point of order is denied. Whether you are banging on the table or yelling out, I don't know why you're acting like you don't know what order is. If I'm banging on the table, we have a problem. So we just need for colleagues to just be in order so we can move on.
Request for
So with that,
information.
what is your request?
Do you know what order is?
Oh!
That's a request for information. That is out of order, Ms. Winfrey Harvey. So as I proceed to wrap up and continue to get interrupted, all we're asking is for individuals on the council body as well as the audience to just be in order. Stop yelling out. Stop speaking to people's motives. Stop talking about individuals and talk about this resolution at hand. This is all we're here to do. But we're not doing that. So as I was stating, Mr. Jones received his first warning for violating council rules, which can be found in the council rules. You can only speak at the lectern. So therefore, he's in violation. If you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair, vote yes. If you would like to sustain the ruling of the chair, vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Murphy-Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Martin?
Yes.
Ms. Shannon?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. The ruling of the chair is overturned. And so we are going back to Mr. Mays. You don't have the floor, so we are going back to our. We are going to. You don't have the floor, Mr. Mays. So is it about this motion? Is it about this motion? What is your point?
Madam Chair, that's how you obtain the floor, by saying Madam or Mr. Chairman. So I know I didn't have it. That's why I kept saying Madam Chair. And I'm going to say it again, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays, is this about the first resolution?
Are you giving me the floor?
It is asked, if it's not about the first
Madam
resolution,
Chair.
you do not have the floor, Mr. Mays. So let me double check.
Point of order. I appeal the ruling of the chair. I've been here for 10 years and have been to 30 years worth of council meetings, and I've never seen such a decorum or lack thereof when somebody asks for the chair. So I appeal the ruling of you not to give me the
There
chair.
is no appeal. The chair, excuse me, what is Mr. Mays?
You made a decision not to recognize me and give me the floor. That's a decision. All decisions of the chair is subject to appeal.
We're on a motion, Mr. Mays. So therefore, the chair,
The
chair is going.
I appeal your ruling.
The ruling of what?
We was on a motion when we made the appeals for Mr. Jones that you just lost in the other ones. When I said, Madam Chair, your job is to decide, make a decision whether you give me the floor or not. You didn't. I'm appealing.
Excuse me, Mr. Mays. This is at the prerogative of the chair. The chair is going back to the original motion. The chair has not made a motion. The chair hasn't made a decision yet. The chair is trying to get Mr. Mays. Again. So, according to the first resolution that we're on, which is talking about the $5 million to $20 million in ARPA fund, we are in the second round, and we have, what is your point?
My point of order is, as you stated, a point of order is when there's a breach in the rules. Madam Chair, you did deny him the floor. You did. You did deny. You made a decision by denying him the floor and by not acknowledging him. So you did make a decision.
As the chair is, again, so point of order, I understand what you're trying to say, but going back to letting the chair.
She said it's
So we are on the first resolution. We are in the second round. And so far,
Point of order.
what is your point?
Rule 28.3 says a council member who desires to speak on any matter before the city council must obtain the floor before recognizing the presiding chair. It does not say anywhere in here that you cannot get the floor. So you have to recognize it if he wants the floor.
No, that's not true. The chair is recognizing. Listen, this is really no debate. We're getting back to the first resolution. So far, Ms. Barnes and Ms. McFarland have spoken. And so if Mr. Mayor, what is your point?
Point of order. This is a breach of rule. Rule 20, as Councilman Pfeiffer stated, 28.3, a council member who desires to speak on any matter before the city council must obtain the floor by being recognized by the presiding chair. It is a breach of the rules. Madam Chair, 28.3, it is there. You have to do that. You just ignored him.
So what has to happen is a motion.
I'm not
has to-
done,
Well,
Madam Chair.
Well, proceed.
Madam,
Go ahead.
Thank you so kindly. And so where it goes on to say, council member must be in their seat when requesting to be recognized. He's currently in his seat. And so you ignored his and you did not rule on it. And so, Madam Chair, this is a breach of the rules. He asked for the floor. So, Madam Chair, you are wrong.
So according to our rules, a motion, we must speak on a motion on the floor. The chair was going back to the original motion to declare who has spoken. So the chair does not have to give you the floor just to speak willy-nilly. That's not how this meeting operates. Now, again, we have Mr. Jones yelling out again.
That was not Mr. Jones. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. That was.
Well, who was it, Ms. Martin?
You're not going to snitch.
I'm not Listen, it was.
Again.
Point of order.
Point of order. Excuse me, Mr. Jones, my apologies. So since we're not going to snitch and maintain order, we will continue going the way that we're going. We're back to the first motion, and what we have is this. Ms. Burns spoke, Mr. Carter spoke. If Mr. Mays would like to gain the floor in the second round of the first resolution, he can have the floor to speak on this motion. But the chair will not give the floor to Mr. Mays to speak about anything. Right now, we are specifically on the first resolution, which deals with the ARPA funds, increasing it from 5 million to 20 million. Second round. Mr. Mays, would you like the floor?
Madam Chair, I've asked for the floor 2 or 3 times.
I believe when all the chaos started, Ms. Burns had the floor and had more time.
Well, not a problem, was she's not in her seat. So by her not being in her seat, what is your point?
You ruled that she had spoke and Ms. Ricardo spoke. Mr. Piper is doing something, trying to call to your attention. You see her. If you want her to be able to finish her time, all you have to do is let her. Don't invoke the rule of chair. If she got more time between you and the clerk, I'll wait.
Well, you go ahead and wait. And so, Madam Clerk, let me first check. Ms. Burns, want to proceed with the rest of your time?
Absolutely.
Okay, so Ms. Clerk Donovan. And again, for the record, the chair does not have to give the floor to any member without a motion being on the floor and it not being in their turn to speak.
You don't have the floor. Hey, what just happened, man? What's going on now?
I'm not giving the speech. I'm reminding the body what's taking place.
Point of order, Madam
There.
Chair.
Well, go ahead. Start the
Take
time.
the
Go
floor.
ahead.
Point of order.
Go ahead. What is your point?
Madam Chair, you have illegally taken the floor to warn yourself.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns. Start the clock, Ms. Donovan.
I appeal the ruling of the chair not to warn yourself repeatedly. Now, so appeal.
All right, there's been a ruling for the chair not to warn herself. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by Ms. Burns. So the chair refused to warn herself, but she's keeping order of the meeting. Go ahead, Mr. Bates.
Madam Chair, you had to sneak in an argument because she's keeping order of the meeting. You just couldn't give me the floor without cheating. I go first. You're going to have the time at the end to say, because she's trying to keep order of the meeting. Ms. Lewis, repeatedly, you causing chaos in this meeting. You call the audience members by name, and it ain't that audience member. You apologizing to them and won't apologize to your own colleagues. This is a little much. You interrupting people and breaching the rules and won't warn yourself. And Miss Priestley, for the most part, she didn't on the last vote. But Ms. Mashat, so far on every vote, is condoning your wrongdoing. When I was a committee person at GM, management used to say, when we issue a warning, or we give them a balance of the ship and 3 days off, or a balance of the ship and a week off is to correct behavior. We will never correct your behavior if we got council people like Candace Machette. You wrong. You causing chaos in a meeting that got about 6 or 7 resolutions. We should be to public speaking by now. We really should. We should have go through these agenda changes and be at public speaking, but you so intent. And I'm feeling sorry for you. Now you can warn me for feeling sorry for you, but I'll look over there and look at you and feel sorry for you. Because you can't even remember what happened 3 minutes ago in some cases. In order to be a chair, you gotta be pretty sharp. And you really need to be pretty fair and not discriminatory. You'll never win in the sense that we're gonna appeal you. I'm 65 years old. And you talking to me like I'm 7 or 8. Yeah. I wouldn't care if it took 2 days to go through appeals. I'm gonna stop you and appeal you and try to get you right. Your behavior needs to change. So I appeal you because you steady disrupting this meeting. You steady out of order and wrong. Now you done took it to the level of blackmail. If you try to rule me out of order, I'm gonna give you your second warning and call the police on you. That's blackmail. You done went to the all-time low. So I'm appealing. I hope that somebody do vote right to give you your first warning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Banks. Anyone else like to speak on this? Anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
Well, I think it's all wholeheartedly deserving. I'm not. I wouldn't count on this path. It's an authoritarian dictatorship, and instead of being a humble servant and acknowledging wrong and fixing the ways, you double down every time. And at some point, Mr. Jones, whether you did it or not, you're going to be guilty. Whether you did it or not, your name is going to get called out and you're going to be guilty. You have said but one word, and I think you got 3 warnings. This is literally, we have the smallest agenda we've had in a year, maybe not ever. Yes. And we can't even get to public speaking because of this nonsense. The chair has a duty to be a neutral referee, and instead, you want to take the floor when you don't have it. Just because you're the chair doesn't mean you get to give speeches in between giving other people the floor. That's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. You don't get to admonish and treat your colleagues in a demeaning fashion in between trying to spew out rules when you're the biggest violator. It's not, the chair doesn't give you. The chair doesn't give you 10 extra minutes to talk and to berate your colleagues in between their talking time. If there's a breach of rules, you say point of order and state the rule that was broken. Not to give empty speeches in between people's time. It's not the way it goes. So I hope my colleagues recognize that the chair has a duty and responsibility, and they're not a dictator, and that they have the same decorum rules that everybody else does. So I hope that they vote to give you your first warning as a show that you are not above any other member of this body. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Thank you. You are wholeheartedly deserving of a warning, about 3 or 4 of them. You even tried to blackmail Councilman Mays with it. If I do this, I'm gonna give Ms. Burns a warning. Blackmail. You the chair. You are the chair. And you said it. And it's on camera. We know it. You should say later, it wasn't on camera. It didn't happen. It happened. You are not neutral. You are not neutral at all. And I don't believe that you possess the capability of it. I mean, you actually was blackmailing. And you did it. Maybe I'm just stuck on that right now because that, I watch other council meetings, but this is by far one of the most ridiculous things this evening. You can't take constructive criticism. You're still warning the audience, putting them out, warning them, and actually warning the wrong audience members. It's the wrong one. So quick to punish. So quick to punish everyone but yourself. You hold yourself exempt of these council rules. You hold yourself exempt from Robert's rules. I don't think that you will ever get it and to bring this council together. And as I look at how council members are voting, I'm not going to vote if it's something that's wrong with a colleague that is morally or corrupt or that's wrong. I'm not going to do it. Because I want to be able to sleep at night. I won't do it. And we wonder why there's so many recalls. You got to be able to live with what you're doing. And if you can live with what you're doing with yourself right now, something's wrong. You keep taking the floor. And yes, we should have been, as Councilman Pfeiffer stated. This is the shortest council agenda we have ever had. Ever. Our first day we started, we had 437 pages. Was our first council agenda when we were sworn in that night. And we're caught up because she's trying to shift the blame. And she gaslights this community, gaslight in this council chambers. It's not what you see. This is what it is. You know, this is something else. No. You need to warn yourself. But the blackmailing, you took your position and power and then let it come out your mouth to show us your intent. Right here on camera. I've never seen nothing like that. I never have. I will be voting for you to get your first warning because you wholeheartedly earned it.
Anyone else like to speak? Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Yes, I will too be voting for you to get your first warning. You're not exempt as a chairperson to get a warning. Because if you breach the rules, then you deserve a warning. You have continuously, during this whole meeting, you have continuously disrupted, I call it rudely disrupted certain individuals while they're speaking during their time. I don't know, you know, you're trying to control us.
Yep.
And then she's bullying other colleagues. I just don't get it. This is terrible. It's terrible. So I'll be voting yes to give you a warning. And if need be, I'll vote to give you a second warning. I'll make that motion. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? All right, so seeing none, I'll go ahead and be the last to speak. The job of the chair is not to keep everyone in the room. The job of the chair is to maintain order and to direct the flow of the meeting, yes, like a referee. But if the players in the game is out of control, then the referee can't do anything. We gotta call a fair game if we want to use sports analogy.
We'll call it.
And the point, and again, we don't need people yelling out. We'll call it. Anywhere else in America, that will not be acceptable. But here in the Flint City Council, where we have people afraid to come, we have my colleague making fun and making light that somebody threatened my life and threatened to rape me if I come to work. And we think this is funny. We have, this was coming from the mouth of our colleagues. So, what we're going to do, we're going to make sure that we restore order in these chambers. Because we have residents that they are fearful. Because I'm getting those kind of threats. They're fearful to come here. They're fearful to approach the lectern and to speak.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Where did those threats come from? How did you receive them?
Stop. We already had this conversation, and people was making fun of it. Regardless, this is what it is. It has been reported to the police. If you were as concerned, you would. I'm not speaking to no one, folks. I'm not even talking about it. I'm talking exclusively to warning myself. So, as the chair, as I am refereeing this meeting, to make sure that to keep colleagues on track, the chair, as a courtesy, told the colleagues, let's not violate this rule because we're violating. So before I toss out a warning, I'm saying, hey, let's come to order. Let's not go there. But when you go there, the warning will follow you. So I don't feel bad at all. If you want to stay in this meeting, I encourage everyone here to follow the rules. No, I'm not going to warn myself because this attack on me, because I'm telling individuals to not to do that, saying I'm blackmailing them, totally untrue. I'm letting colleagues know if you violate the rules, then I'm going to call you to order and you're going to get a warning. So maybe you don't want to abuse the privilege motion. That's what the chair was doing. But if you just want the chair just to throw warnings at you without giving you a warning, everyone has been called to order before a warning was given. So, and that's what I will continue to do. So if you don't like it, break form like everybody, like colleagues do all the time. But for those that want to do this, get the business done, pass the zoning ordinance, and move on, let's move forward. So if you would like to, the motion on the floor was to
give yourself a warning.
And so you appeal the rule of the chair for not giving myself a warning. So if you want to uphold the ruling of the chair, vote no. If you want to overturn the ruling of the chair to give me a warning, then you vote yes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
No. Vice Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Wow.
Yes.
I thought you were fair.
Vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So now we're trying to go back to the first motion that we have dealing with the dealing with ARPA improvement from $5 million to $20 million. Ms. Burns, excuse me. So last time Ms. Burns had some time on the clock, then all of her time expired.
Madam Chair.
What you say? Yeah, you asked me.
She had time left. I believe it was 2 minutes. Might have to do 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
2 minutes and 30 seconds? Okay, please put her time back on the clock. Okay, please proceed, Ms. Burns.
All this because I stated that a resident, I support this number one, because there's not enough money. And all this because I stated that a resident, Miss Mayfield, which is a fact, home needed repairs, where her ceilings have fallen in, her blue tarp is halfway off of her roof. And this is the reason why I support this. Miss Mayfield was removed from these council chambers. She didn't get the help that she needed. She's handicapped. She resides in the 2nd Ward. Her council person didn't speak to her that day. I support this because there's not enough money. The money is not making it to the people who need it the most. And that's what Ms. Mayfield wanted to say. She was unable to speak. She was unable to say, because she was put out, that she needed help with a roof. She needed windows. She needed to get her walkway fixed, which actually the walkway we're actually able to get fixed for her. But the main thing was the ARPA funds. So the funds aren't reaching where they need to be reached. And this sad part that when we're talking, you know, about residents getting the help, it should be all of us on the same page. And it's not. So yes, it turned into, again, a kangaroo court where, you know, we're gonna warn you, get you out. It's a playbook. You know, you can't, if you don't say anything I like, then you have to get out. I'm gonna blackmail you, or you're gonna get out. I'm not gonna warn
Ms.
myself.
Burns, you're speaking to motives. Let's not do that.
I'm speaking to motives of whom? And excuse me, warn yourself, you took the floor. You did not say point of order, please warn yourself.
The chair does not have to say point of order.
Yes, you do. I have the floor. You cannot.
The chair does not, Ms. Burns.
You're becoming argumentative during my
Ms.
time,
Burns.
Madam Chair. I have the floor. I have the floor.
Ms. Burns.
I have, Madam Chair, and I have the floor.
Do not speak the motive, you will be warned. Go ahead.
I appeal the decision of the chair that you don't have to say point of order.
Second.
That's fine. Appeal. Leave the rule of the chair that the chair does not have to say point of order. Seconded by, was that Eric Mays?
Councilman Mays.
Eric Mays. So we will go ahead and go ahead with Mr. Piper.
Thank you, Liddell Lewis.
No problem.
Through you to the city attorney.
Where you at, man? Where you? Oh, there he is.
I think he was wrong. He was going away because he knows the answer to this. And the chair is wrong. That in Robert's rules or any other, does the chair have carte blanche? And I can't see none of these stupid partitions. Do they have the ability to speak and interrupt the speaker who has the floor without a privileged motion or a privileged, whatever the terminology is, a privileged motion?
They do, but this is a situation where frankly everybody is wrong.
Okay.
The relevant rule here is Rule 6111, which basically speaks to Robert's Rule 6111, which basically speaks to the chair calling members to order. The chair doesn't have to call a point of order or say point of order. The chair can call members to order. There's recommended language in there, but as to whether the exact words that the council president used satisfy that, that's essentially a question of the law.
Can you read the rule?
Sure. I'm going to start in the middle because there's a bunch of stuff at the beginning.
6111.
6111. The chair normally should first warn the member, but with or without such warning, the chair or any other member can call the member to order. If the chair does this, he says, the member is out of order and will be seated. Another member making the call rises and without waiting to be recognized says, Mr. President, I call the member to order. The member resumes his seat. If the chair finds this point of order well taken, he declares the offender out of order and directs him to be seated just above the offender at the floor, then irrespective of who originated the proceeding, the chair clearly states the breach involved and puts the question. That's a method that goes into essentially how a member can be stripped of the floor for violating the point of order.
But that only speaks to strip of the floor from the member, so.
It speaks to calling a member to order, which is what, again, this is a situation where I believe that everybody is doing something is at least in some way incorrect here. Obviously, the council president didn't use the exact language that say here, that's listed here, where it says the member is out of order. But there's also no requirement in Robert's rules that the chair who's running the meeting must say point of order or some such in order to call a member.
Request for information.
So, so this is to Councilman Pfeiffer, because it's the speaker.
No, I'm not done, and all that smirkiness.
There's also
Excuse me. You have to be acknowledged by the chair.
I had the floor, you did, and you shut me down. I didn't say I was done. I asked for the floor. Maybe you missed that part too.
Wait, excuse me, Ms. Burns.
I said a request for information. And you call that?
And absolutely I do. And so I said, according to our rules, it's to the speaker.
And I said yes.
You should say, what is your request?
Exactly.
This is the condescending bullshit that everybody's talking about.
What is your request to the speaker?
Through you to the speaker, did the chair give any type of language when she actually stated that?
No, she said you're out of order. She didn't say you're out of order. She said we're not going to speak to anybody's motives in the middle of here.
If I could, there's also the rule preceding that, which is Rule 6110, which is titled Breaches of Orders by Members in a Meeting. And that reads, if a member commits only a slight breach of order, such as addressing another member instead of the chair in debate, or in a single instance failing to confine his remarks to the merits of the pending question, the chair simply raps lightly, points out the fault, and advises the member to avoid it. The member can then continue speaking if he commits no further breaches. More formal procedures can be used in the case of serious offenses as follows.
But there is language that the chair, if they're going to interrupt the speaker, they should be speaking. Is that a fair opinion?
Can you say that again?
If the chair interrupts a speaker, is it a fair opinion that they should be using a certain language to interrupt the speaker versus
the way this is written? It essentially says that you should, for the first instances, address it.
So if that doesn't do it, we should go back to our rules, which state that you should use a privileged motion to interrupt the speaker. Is that also a fair statement?
I don't believe that would be a fair statement.
You don't believe it would be a fair statement?
No. The rules themselves, council rules in this case,
they address privileged motions when somebody is at the floor. Is that true?
They do, however.
So is the chair the only person?
Okay, that's your time, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Madam Chair. As best as I can see through around these petitions, I seen Ms. Priestley shaking her head no. On the surface, she believed that the chair can just interrupt. The chair don't have to do a point of order. But listen to our rules, Mr. Vice Counsel. 25.1. The purpose of a point of order is to correct a breach of the rules. Now, if she said Ms. Burns breaching the rules by talking about motive, that's a point of order. Our rules do address that, Ms. Priestley. I respectfully disagree with you. And the rules apply to everybody. If you look at the maintenance of order rules, on page 15 of 17, the rules apply to the public and the city council. When it says city council, Ms. Lewis, you can look at me, but it don't say the city council all except for the president. It say the city council. And we got a duty and a responsibility to enforce these rules and sanctions. And once you make a determination that we don't agree with the decision, we can appeal. I don't need Attorney Kim to tell me that. I've been reading since junior high. In elementary, I used to get to take the milk out because I got so many A's. I've been understanding stuff since Michigan State University. I don't need nobody to tell me that. 25.1. The purpose of a point of order is to interrupt the speaker and point out the breach. Any decision you make, Madam Chair, we can appeal. The problem we got with appeal is before Hurricane Road and her and Lewis them got together, we could have 6 people here. It would take 5 to overturn the chair. We can win votes 4 to 3 all night, and we need 5. Robert's rules don't say 5. Council rules do. They rigged them.
Yep.
Council rules supersede Robert's rules. Mazak and Priestley normally keep that chair in there. Know why? They chairs. They done rigged them. I keep saying they better pray that the vine don't switch from right to wrong. They gonna be toast.
All right, anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Councilman Mays, you're absolutely right. They did break the rules. And you know what? Attorney Kim helped me. How about that?
Take
They
that,
were meeting
Kim.
with Attorney Kim while they were rewriting the rules. So to even ask him what the rule mean or whatever, of course he gonna agree with the rule breakers on this mess. That's what I call it, mess. So yeah, I'm sitting here. It's 8:50. This is a dumpster fire of a meeting.
Got to be done.
We're not getting anywhere. And then we have a chair that thinks she can do whatever she want to do. She want to control. Terrible.
Request information.
What is your request?
Through you to the speaker, but Ms. Winter, you've been here long. You would agree that these are necessary exercises, would you?
It is. You know, because a lot of times our voices are not heard. So I believe that the appeal process is needed because it gives that council member a chance to voice their concerns. So when the audience come and say, well, why they're doing all these appeals, it's holding up the meeting. Yeah, but the appeal process is necessary, you know. And I feel that even when I was in the classroom, I felt like, you know, everyone should be able to voice their opinions. And when they feel like they've been done wrong, yes, you can appeal it. So, I'm done, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Yes, Attorney Kim. In these rules, how are you supposed to gain the floor properly? If someone is chairing and someone is speaking, how are they supposed to gain the floor? According to you.
My opinion really doesn't matter.
Your opinion matters because you helped write these rules.
Amen.
You're upholding these rules. You're finding a way to make these rules possible. Because you can't just take the floor. Robert Rules allows every person the same amount of time to speak. And she keeps taking the floor. And to gain the floor, you can't just blurt it out. She didn't say request information. She didn't say point of order. She just took the floor. Nothing speaks to take the floor. And so if it doesn't speak to Robert's rules, then we default back down to our rules, which tells you to gain the floor. The purpose of a point of order is to correct a breach in rules. She stated her reason. Her reason is she stated there was a breach of rules. So she stated I breached the rules, then she should have used a point of order. She did not. I'm talking because I didn't heard your stuff, and I've been kind of easy on you.
We pay that guy to tell us his input.
She breached the rules, and if she said I breached them, then she should have given a point of order. She did not give a point of order. That was her statement, not mine. So when she does that, and you're qualifying what she's saying, and when these rules were written, I remember I had a conversation with you, and we're in the hallway, and you were saying, I asked you, so some of these rules just don't make sense. And you had made come, I don't know if they're all going to stand up, and be able to, basically if they all had merit, because some of them need to be challenged. They're a violation of Open Meetings Act. They're a violation of our council formal rules. They were. But now you're finding a reason. I've never seen a city attorney in my entire life find a reason every single time if something needs to be challenged. You find a reason when you know that it to be wrong. And I've told you that other city attorneys have called me. It even came down to when you wanted to remove Councilman Mays. And I gave you exactly what my reasoning was for it in disagreement. I don't agree with you on that. She said it was a breach of rules. If it is a breach of rules, our council rules speak specifically to what action you should be taking. That means she should have said a point of order because I breached the rules. She didn't do that. She took the floor illegally and you allowed her to rob me of my time. This is a stick up of my time.
Yep.
You're allowing her to do it. And that's not fair. She should have said a point of order and she didn't do that.
All right, anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Seeing that there is no one else speaking on this appeal. Yep. We have been on appeal for the last 3 hours. All is correct. So, according to our rules, which is rule 25.1, the one that my colleagues continue to state, it states the purpose of a point of order is to correct a breach in the rule when the presiding officer does not correct it, or when the presiding officer makes a breach of the rule. So point of orders are directed towards the presiding officer. The presiding officer does not have to state point of order. Again, we have someone yelling out in the back. So, excuse me. So the point is, you cannot sidestep the rules. This body cannot, we cannot, the audience cannot. So as I continue to keep it moving, we need to have the colleagues be in order. According to this rule, 25.1, point of order is for the presiding officer to correct the breach in the rule. Now, what I can do, according to the attorney, I will stop and say, the presiding officer is bringing Councilwoman Burns to order. I will do that, not a problem. Instead of stopping you and encouraging you not to go down the rabbit hole of not using decorum and speaking of people's motives. So that is fine. But as these rules stand, and as Robert rules state, the chair does not have to say point of order. That's not what the chair has to do. The chair is to establish order and maintain it. So as I do that, no vote will sustain the ruling of the chair, and the yes vote will overturn the ruling of the chair. And we are talking exclusively about the chair having to say point of order. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Mr. Jack.
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis. No.
No.
Mr. Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Voted 4 yes, 3 no. The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So we will go ahead and we're going to go back to the first resolution. And we have,
My time, Madam Chair.
okay, so go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Ooh, let's see, she don't want me to talk. Now, this dumpster fire is clearly on hers. I've been trying to get through this one resolution, number 1, and all these problems are clearly square on the chair. The chair. The chair. Who was ruling, I'm gonna say like an iron, not even like an iron fist. This is an abuse of power and position. It clearly is. Ms. Claire McClinton, you are still out there. I support this, but you see what you have with this council. You see, and residents see. It is about them. And they can stay mad at me because she's got, whatever. They can stay mad. But they want to shut people up. And they shouldn't do that. This is disappointing. It's not going to change. We don't need any more suggestions for a kumbaya. It's time to make some changes on this council, unfortunately.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Ray, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I want to speed this meeting up if I may. Y'all ready for me to try to speed this meeting up if I may? Let me see what I can do to try to get us to public speaking into this agenda.
Thank you.
How many, Madam Chair, through you to the clerk, how many agenda changes did we have? 7, 8? 7. I want to move all of them together and see if I can get this council to vote to make all these agenda changes, put them on the agenda. We'll discuss them, we'll vote them up and down when we get there. And if we can get that done, then we'll have ample time to vote them up, down, move them to this committee, that committee. But we've been on this one too long, I think. And if it's a way to move this meeting along, that's what I want to do. Because I don't want to go through this on each one out.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Are you aware that if you bulk them, they're going to vote no and take your speaking rights away?
Am I conscious that they could vote no and we could get by, whether we do them one by one in a group? You make a good point. So maybe we should see what they look at one by one. I'm just tired of it, Mr. Price. I'm tired of folks thinking they don't have to follow the rules. I'm tired of something that should happen in 2-3 minutes going on for an hour. I'm tired of somebody make a sound in the back and the chair divert and say to the audience, quit howling out. And I'm here, they not howling out. It's a sound being made. Miss Lewis, don't interrupt.
Councilman in the first ward, you're being brought to order to stay relevant.
I appeal the rules of the chair. I am in order.
Oh, but wait a minute, let me finish. You're being brought to order for not being relevant to this motion on the floor. And we're talking about adding this to the agenda. We're not talking about you being thrown out or anything like that. So you're not being germane. So because you are not being germane, that'll be your warning. Since you go to the chair. So
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
that's fine. That's fine.
Chair.
That's fine.
And we're gonna probably get up and leave in a minute and leave you sit here by his damn self. But right now I appeal the ruling of the chair for second warning.
That's fine. So there is an appeal for the ruling of the chair to give Mr. Beggs his second warning for not being germane.
Is there a second?
Support.
Supported by Mr. Pfeiffer.
Madam Chair.
You don't want to get
You don't want to go to jail. talk about it, man. Keep trying to.
Madam Chair, I'm waiting to speak in this appeal.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
No, I'm waiting for you to give me the flow so you won't have to give me no 3 or 4 warnings. Don't set me up. Let me say this, Madam Chair, if I may. I done got tired of it.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Per rule 1.2, the chair has to state what the appeal is. That never happened.
You don't get a chance to speak.
What the chair did, well, I'll say it again, Mr. Mays has received his second warning for not being germane to the motion.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I got the floor.
So that's your,
I got the floor.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Let
So go ahead, Mr.
Let me say this,
and
Madam
please stop
Chair.
the comments, Ms. Madam Clerk.
I done got tired of it. And I'm gonna go out there in the 2nd Ward and get some sick. Y'all ready to go? I done got tired of it. I'm not gonna come in here every evening for you to warn me. Now you gonna say me talking about speeding this up ain't germane. That's being relevant. When we spend an hour and a half fooling with your appeals and I try to speed something up, how dare you tell me what's relevant? You bigger, you foolisher than I thought. I mean, what they calling you doctor for if you ain't got that much sense to know what's relevant? What's relevant is trying to take care of the business of the city and these people and get out of here. What's relevant is boosting this up from 5 million to 15 million and we stuck on it for an hour and a half. That's relevant. What's relevant is these people sitting here waiting for you to cut this foolishness out. What's relevant is me, Ms. Burns, Ms. Winfrey, and Mr. Pfeiffer sitting waiting and hoping that Priestley and Mashat quit condoning this ignorant behavior. What's relevant is we're going to leave you sitting here by yourself if you try to keep blowing people out. What's relevant is you acting a fool because Quincy in the email here. What's relevant is that stupid what you're doing.
You don't want to hear the vote.
You know, ain't nobody got to keep babying you while you dog people out. Talk to us like we in any kind of thing. And I'm feeling bad if you really don't understand what you're doing. I can't never see somebody just don't understand something. And that's you. I hate that you turn and look at you. That's bad when you sit next to somebody and don't even want to look at you. Yeah, I don't. I feel sorry for you. You look at me, smile. Don't you feel sorry inside for yourself? You're a nasty acting. Give somebody a second warning for trying to speed up a meeting and think you smart. I'm coming out in the 2nd Ward and bringing 20 or 30 people with me. I went there with the mayor June. I'm not going through this 3 years with you and Eva and Priestley and Mashat and nobody else. Enough is enough. This last warning you just gave was the one that broke the camel's back. Nobody gonna blackmail nobody about how to talk. You gonna get up out of here.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Pfeiffer.
I guess I gotta look at the agenda to see what you don't want people to talk about. Well, I don't understand why you're trying to blow up this meeting. We have a public hearing that's been posted. Are you trying to kill the public hearing and make it reposted?
Yeah, what's really going on?
I think that we have deadlines on this particular public
Mr.
hearing.
Pfeiffer, you being called to order because you're speaking to the motives of the chair. So let's not do that. Please proceed.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I'm gonna speak to the motives of you, Trump, Biden, everybody, Santos. Ain't no freedom that you can speak to folks' motives. That's how they solve crimes. This is a crime. You gonna speak to them, I don't speak to the motives of the criminal activity.
improper point of order. Please proceed. Mr. Mays, you're being disorderly.
Good God,
Mr. Mays, you're being disorderly. So please proceed, Mr. Pfeiffer.
So,
You gotta be fair to what I'm
this
saying.
is,
For real.
we want to throw a member out who was talking. Mr. Mays, don't leave. Don't leave. We want to throw a member out and blow up this meeting because they were talking about maybe consolidating to move the meeting forward and then calling them out of order and not being germane. What the? Honestly, I think that this is the most non-controversial that I can think of in the history of city council, the agenda, and yet we want to blow it up. And I mean, the only thing that I can think of is they want to vote against the public hearing.
What?
And not have the public hearing.
That's what this is all about.
So I don't know what could possibly be. I mean, they could want to not talk about the suspension of Eric Mays or the censure of Jerry McCarthy. It's their damn resolution. So they don't want to talk about it?
Enlighten the public. What's going on?
We don't want to talk about the ARPA budget? Maybe it's if they blow up the motion to potentially deny the mayor his raise. So this meeting is about not getting the mayor in a 70% poverty. The city is 70+% poverty to give the mayor a $140,000 salary. That's to stop this. That's what it's got to be. It's got to blow the whole meeting up so that the mayor continues to get the salary 5 times the general poverty rate of the city. So maybe that's what it is. It's to blow the meeting up so that the mayor gets his $140,000 salary while the community lives in poverty. That's what it is. See, I'm smart. I'm smart. I figured this out. See, I don't have the doctorate. I got a City of Flint community.
All right, that's your time, Mr. Pfeiffer. Anyone else would like to speak on this bill?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Swim Carter.
Councilman Pfeiffer, I'm giving you the bingo. I'm sitting here, this is crazy. Councilman Mays was simply just saying, okay, we need to speed this meeting up, this happened, people get thrown out, blah, 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 blah. How can you say what is not germane when you haven't even heard the whole sequence of what he was trying to say? I don't understand. He was very relevant to what he was saying. You can't say when people are not germane. He was making his points. He may not be able to get to his points right at the beginning of his speech, but he was getting there. You just gotta sit back and listen. But I mean, to me, that's a breach of a rule. Speaking to somebody's motives. She spoke to his motives by saying that he's not being germane, when in fact, he was being germane. So, you know what? I am so over this. Just crazy. I will not be supporting the chair on this appeal because
Mrs. Ross, to give him a second warning because he was being relevant to what he was trying to combat. Terrell, I'm done.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
you are so wrong. Again and again, and again and again, and again and again and again. To infinity with being wrong and again. You are abusing again your position and your power. You are abusing your position and your power. You haven't taken any constructive criticism. To speed it up to consolidate seven resolutions into one is an absolutely great idea. And it came from our most vocal council person. So that's like a win-win, that's a touchdown, that's a game winner, that's a three-pointer at the shot clock running out. And you had a problem with that. Even if you do the math, 7 resolutions, we all get 2 rounds of 5 minutes. That goes on for hours and hours and hours. And she denied that. She had a problem. She wouldn't let him wrap up. She was so impulsive, she couldn't stop herself. She couldn't stop herself. It was to control what he was saying. And someone had mentioned to me legions of demons.
Oh yeah. Go get the priest, get the exorcist right there. She might turn around 3 or 4 times.
That to me, if anything else, Councilman Mays asking, and I was about to go take his temperature. But he wanted to wrap 7 up into 1. Trust me, I want to take his temperature. But you wouldn't allow him to talk. Hey, let's speed up. Let's get to public speaking. These have been your warnings. You refuse to warn yourself. You can't take any constructive criticism. And Mr. Pfeiffer, if it is to stop the mayor from getting his raise, and that very well could be part of it, because the mayor said when he was running, he was going to take the pay back down to the pay of the emergency manager. That did not happen. He has applied each year to get a raise each year.
Candace know that too.
And each year he has applied. Now, we look at the average income of Flint residents and the poverty, and even with us, this don't pay your bills just working this job. It's impossible. I'm agreeing with Councilman Mays. I'm going against the chair. This is a great, he wants to consolidate 7 into 1. And you don't like hearing his voice. You should have been the first to vote to let him finish so we can get on with it.
Anyone else would like to speak? Anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestler. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I was starting to see hope in getting through the agenda tonight. And we do have some important things on the agenda, specifically the public hearing. And Mr. Mays I think he tries to stay on topic, or maybe I'm giving him more credit than what is there, but he isn't able to do that. And Mr. Pfeiffer spoke to motives of council. That's a problem with this. We aren't respectful of each other. We just aren't. And Mr. Mays, I don't know that you know how being germane sticks with people or maybe your thought process thinks that you are being germane, but other people's thought processes show that you aren't.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Ms. Priestley, you refer to other people, but it's about you. You heard some say I was germane. You saying I ain't. So let's not talk about other people. Let's talk about you.
Proceed, Ms. Priestley.
So this is about not being germane to the question. And you weren't.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Ms. Priestley, you believe what me and Mr. Piper was talking about in a bunch or splitting them up was germane. I was talking to him and he was talking to me. It was germane.
Proceed, Ms. Priestley.
So, like I said, it didn't appear to me that you were germane. And that is right, that is me. And I have to vote the way I feel. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? All right. So, seeing that no one else wants to speak, I'll go ahead and be the last. According to council rules, Robert's rules, you must be germane. Mr. Baines, he was called to order, not because he chose to separate them, but I was excited when I heard it too. But he went totally left field, talking about people throwing them out and saying other things that were not relevant. We are exclusively speaking to the first motion.
Request for information.
What is your request?
Ms. Liddell Lewis, that's what we said. You ain't relevant when you talk about throwing people out.
All right, so that alone is why we're voting to put Mr. Mays out. So this will be the second warning. If you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair, vote yes. But to uphold the ruling of the chair, vote no, so we can continue with the meeting. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
No. Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
I can't wait to get up there.
Yes.
Ms. Boucher?
No.
Three no?
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no. The ruling of the chair stands, and Mr. Mays has received his second warning. So Mr. Mays is removed from this meeting. So we can proceed with our public hearing. So Mr. Mays, you are removed from the meeting. And so hopefully our colleagues will continue to stay so we can handle our important public hearing. Mr. Mays, you are removed from the meeting.
You asking the police to remove me from my elected seat?
We're just asking for you to remove yourself from the rest of the body.
No, I'm not going to remove myself. You can make the record clear that you're asking me to be removed. If that's what's going on, you're asking me to remove myself. But I'm not going to voluntarily do
So the chair calls a 5-minute recess without objection. That's fine. Roll, so the chair calls a 5-minute recess. Is there a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, she can't even vote once she get out of the seat.
Once she get out of the seat, there's no quorum anyway.
You object.
There ain't no.
Can't get 5 votes.
What's your contribution?
Yeah, once you get up.
Get out. Recess.
Can't recess. You object. That means when it's
Well, we
object,
have,
it's got to
so
be
council will have a recess until quorum is
I
established.
object.
We were saying that these until we regain quorum. Council will stand at ease until we regain quorum.
I object.
We didn't say recess, we said stand at ease. Until we regain quorum.
I object. We are adjourned.
Thank you. So, thank you.
I object. I object.
Hey, everybody get my one.
I appeal the ruling of the chair. You cannot order without objection. Read the rule.
Hey,
She's got to go.
you gotta go, man.
I object.
Everybody else,
She said, she gotta go.
The meeting is not adjourned for lack of quorum. The council body is standing at ease, the council is, so right now we have quorum, so the council is back from being at ease. So we will go ahead. You had 5 people.
No, you didn't.
So there have been objection, we will go ahead and move forward with the business of the city. Because we don't want to break quorum and not do the business of the city. Mr. Fox.
This is tyranny. She breaks the law. She violates everything. She cannot order stuff without objection. We object. We lost quorum. You lost quorum.
And we stood at ease.
No, there's
no argument here. There's no argument. We have 5 people. It's fine. We have 5 people. So we want to go ahead and continue. So we will, council will be at ease until we regain quorum.
It's not at ease, man. You have broken the rule on that. Man, you need to go, man. For real, that's sad.
What time in the morning?
Hey, I'm ready whenever you call. I'm going to at least get 250.
Oh, this is what we have.
That's sad. She's sad.
She's a puppet.
For real. Candace, I really thought you'd be fair, man. You and Greasy.
And her puppet friend with the red lipstick on. She's a goddamn puppet. Shit. And Judy gonna go too. We gonna rewrite her stuff. She don't know anything. Her friend ain't big as a Dr. Doodoo. That's what they need to call her. Dr. Doodoo. Ain't no doctor on her name. Oh my God.
That's sad.
It's a difference of a wig and a mop. I think it's too tight. Oh, yeah. I got 100 signatures. I just started last Thursday. 30 days to do yet. Today is Monday. I need 785. 785. Let's take a day. I thought they were going to talk to me. I went to that and I want to highlight it.
Man, this camera is sick, Dennis.
The council is at ease, so we can remain calm, so we can vote on some very important items tonight. We have an important public hearing that will affect the entire city of Flint, in addition to the other resolutions from city council. So we're looking forward to regaining our quorum, so we can handle the business of the city.
Maybe if Judy and you are at ease. You are at ease.
Mr. Woodson, you don't have the microphone.
You are at ease.
It's not public speaking.
You are at ease.
It's not public speaking.
You are at ease.
That is not enough. It's not
Dennis, y'all going back?
Oh, I'm not going back. I'm not condoning this shit. Right. Ken, I thought you would be fair. You know that, Ken? I thought you would be fair. If y'all would have voted fair, even when I don't even like Liddell. But I said Liddell was right when she had I said that she did.
Yeah, you told me downstairs. You told me downstairs. Yeah, I disagree with you.
That's unfair. Even though
you're trying to be fair, yeah.
I was being fair. Yeah. But they don't know how to be. No, they don't know.
Wait. You mean to tell me you expect a selectee to be fair?
I don't even know how to be.
Oh God, no. Stop it. Stop it. Oh God, no. Why is
It sounded good.
All right, then the city council is awaiting quorum to be reestablished, so we can get off from standing at ease, so we can continue with the business of the city. We have the second reading and enactment of ordinances. We have some more resolutions, and we also have an appointment. In addition to the other things that were brought up to the floor. So we currently have 3 council members in their seats, so we can pass the historic zoning ordinance. And we encourage our colleagues to come to their seat to handle the business of the city.
Yes, sir.
So we currently have 4 council members in their seat, waiting for one more so we can have quorum, so we can tackle these monumental ordinances that we have on our agenda. We have a major zoning ordinance that we must pass, in addition to the city receiving 800 properties. This is the business of the city.
All right, so why do y'all conversation? That's what. Everybody wants it. I don't like people stepping behind me, If they do a reconsideration and bring Eric back, I'll sit out. He's going back.
Because I don't care about
You're not gonna talk about this, I'm saving your ass right now. I'm saving your ass. Yes, I am. I can go home. Hey, you better get her, because I'm gonna go home. She needs to understand, not me. This her dumpster fire. We gotta make 800 homes gonna get reaccepted because of you. Because of you. Millions of dollars because of you.
She just wants you to have, she wants to.
She don't care. This is her dumpster fire. 800 properties will reassess millions of dollars. This is that we don't have 21 days to do it because we can't get through agendas because she's chairing. We don't have 21 days left in this month to even have another public hearing. It's under her leadership. I'm trying to work something out for her. You ain't gonna get me told. This is silly.
Dennis, this thing out there, public hearing.
Three Musketeers, y'all, look at it. Three Musketeers.
Hey, Paul, I told you about people. Hey, that count, you don't know this, I'm
may tear up his tower.
She do not want to
Yeah,
go
y'all
back
come
and
over
forth.
here. I would like to, I want you to arrest him right now, because I don't know your opponent. I feel, I'm giving gratitude.
You know what? No. You're supposed to be the city attorney, and you're supposed to tell them whether they're right or wrong. They wrong. You go along with them. They wrong. And it's wrong. Yeah, they wrong. I say, you should be so
So council is waiting for the college to come back and so we will welcome Councilman Mays back. And so we have important business to handle. So Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. President, Ms. Burns.
It's 32. That's your Sorry, you're back.
My bad.
All right, the time is now 9:48 and the city council meeting is back in session. Roll call, Madam Clerk. Present.
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 We have six members present. All right, so right now we were on the first resolution.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I make a motion to add all 7 agenda changes to the agenda.
Oh, okay, so there's a motion to add all 7 agenda changes to the council. Is there a second?
I want to. I want to.
Yeah.
There you go. Now let us be done now.
Let's do it.
You better do it.
No, first, we were not under order. So how can, no. That's right. We were not,
Kim, do some of the
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, that's fine. So, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, so the chair would like to withdraw Mr. Mays' second warning for the record, and Mr. Mays is welcome back to this meeting. So with that being said, back to you, the motion on the floor, Ms. Priestley, go ahead.
Because we have, Madam Chair, because we have, agenda items with open, additions to the agenda, I'd like to vote them down. So I make a motion to move up, to add all agenda items proposed to the agenda.
All right, there's a motion to move all the proposed agenda items to the agenda. Is there a second?
Support.
Supported by Councilmember Shack. So, any discussion? Any discussion? Second. All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and call for the vote. And this is to add the changes to the additions to the agenda. Go ahead, Madam Clerk, roll call. Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'll change my vote now. Could you please read that again to the record?
Vote is 5 yes, 2 no.
You said 5 yes? Okay, so I changed my vote before you called.
Oh, see, we don't.
No, you can't change it. Man, that's bad. Ain't no way I can see
I didn't hear you.
I didn't realize that's what you had said.
Okay, so, but you didn't hear me?
No. I heard you say something.
Okay, yeah, so I actually have my vote changed.
Ain't no way I can see
Vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 3 no.
No. That's just, we're still on Mays' original.
Oh, okay.
You come on in there.
Yeah, so now it's okay.
All right, so now we are. So now we are on resolution. Resolution number. Oh, hold on a second. We're on appointment number 2.
Point of order. We're still on agenda changes, the first item.
Oh, goodness, you
We
are.
got discussion on all 7 of them.
You are absolutely correct. You're right. So my apologies, point of order well taken. The chair skipped. All right, so now we are on, we made requests for changes to the agenda. We voted those up or down. So now we're on to the public hearing.
No, Madam Chair, my motion was an amended motion, so we have to go back to the original. We are on the second round of point of order. We're on the second round of adding add-on number 1, ARPA from $5 to $20 million.
Point of order.
So we're in the middle of the session.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
We can revisit the motion, right? Because we're not moving on.
To my knowledge, yes, we are, so we just voted to add 70, all of the new walking resolutions. We just voted to add this to the agenda and it failed. Want to make sure I'm clear, is that what happened?
But we had a motion on the floor, Madam Chair, to to add add-on number 1 to the agenda. My motion was a substitute motion which failed, so we're back to the original motion.
Okay, so just for the record, what was your substitute motion?
To add all of them.
Let me go for it. Got it. Okay. All right, so we are on resolution number 1, and we are in the second round. All right, and we have Ms. May, Mr. Mays, Ms. Burns, and Mr. Carter have spoken.
Point of order, Madam President. I was in the middle of speaking when you ruled me out of order for not being germane.
Okay. So we're gonna move on.
So that means I would still have the floor, yes.
Go ahead, Mr. May. And what was it? Was this time 3:33? All right, go ahead.
Madam Chair, it's becoming obvious that you really should let us help you as you try to chair. Just with what just happened lets me know we really should try to help you. And if we try to help you, you should try to help us to help you. I mean, this is serious business. We deal with multi-million-dollar worth of business, rules, ordinances, and laws. And it's becoming obvious to me when I turn my head that y'all want these chairmanships and presidents and ain't been properly groomed, and we need to help you. But if we don't help you, you need to let us help you to help yourself. Now, in saying that, we'll see where we go from here. This resolution, as I said earlier, to increase this 5 million to 20 million needs to be on the table. I don't know if it's going to end up, Ms. McClendon, to a $7 million increase, or $15 million increase, or $5 million increase, but 15 million is what I'm shooting for, because there's an outcry. And we'll see what happens when we get Ernst & Young in committee meeting, when we see the purchasing will bid it out, or do they want to continue to go through Habitat, Metro, and others. But somebody spoke earlier, any of those requirements that we get rid of with our own local program, we should do. So this is a start before Christmas. If it don't pass here tonight, I'm going to try to amend the motion to send it to committee. But it's time to really go to work on this ARPA money. So I'll be voting yes, depending on how that goes. This is just to get it on the agenda. You would have think this is to pass it or fail it all the time we would spend on it. This is to get it on the agenda, and I hope we have 5 votes. I'll be voting yes to get this on the agenda and get it in the system for discussion. Thank you so much.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes, I do object to having this put on the agenda, seeing how the resolution does not say where this $20 million is going to come, or the additional $15 million is going to be coming from, as I have asked several times where it was going to come from. So I am definitely against this resolution.
Request information.
What is your request?
Ms. Priestley, do you see in the last paragraph it say, it is resolved funds will be paid from the American Rescue Plan Act Fund 287.
As I was saying, it doesn't say where the extra $15 million is going to be coming from within the budget. So I am voting against this. Thank you.
Request information.
Somebody Somebody
What
go
is
get
your
the priest
request?
and bring your order.
Through you to Ms. Priest, you know more about that budget maybe than I do. You refusing to discuss it with me in an open meeting is what you're saying?
All right, so are you?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Either you let her finish or you not interrupt, but it wasn't to you.
Okay, so
You either say
anyone else would like to speak?
Madam Chair, can I speak?
Go ahead.
So, you, this council is unbelievable. Mr. Mays got thrown out for trying to consolidate to move the meeting along. There was a motion that was made and then voted against to move the meeting along so that we could get to the public hearing and public speaking. Does the public not see the nonsense that they just did? They made a motion to send it, to approve them all.
Man, you know I didn't see that.
But that didn't progress the meeting, did it? No, it prolonged the meeting. So they have no interest in moving the city forward and getting business done. If they would have done that, they could have easily voted yes. And they broke quorum after we completed the agenda items. What brain cells are lacking in this body? I don't understand. And yet these people want to run the city. They're trying to run it to the ground.
That's what they doing, you sure right.
Like, this moving everything along was offered on a silver platter, not once, twice. And then they said no. So who's trying to move the city forward? You know, you get half-assed speeches. We need to move the city forward. This is groundbreaking resolutions. This is earth-shattering business that needs to be done. I can't, I'm literally baffled by the stupidity. It's frustrating. I can only imagine what the residents feel in their perspective. Every time we try to make the right decision, somebody wants to throw a grenade and stop progress. Like literally, we could have not been talking about this anymore and moved on to the next thing is a public hearing. The one thing that is groundbreaking, earth-shattering, that has to be done because of this, and they vote no to stop that and to talk about these 7 resolutions for the next 4 hours. I guess I got a doctorate in common sense, somebody else does. I'm gonna, people want to throw around, but I got a doctorate. You should be super malpractice.
Anyone else like to speak? In the second round about the first resolution? Okay, seeing no one else, I will go ahead and take my turn. Ms. Priest, we summed it up. We asked several occasions where this money come from. We asked our colleagues to show us exactly. It was an opportunity for them to show this on this resolution. This resolution does not state where they're going to get $20 million, an additional $15 million from. And so we've asked, and it's not here, so I can't.
Request information.
What is your request?
We've asked finance and we asked legal to drop this. What we're asking y'all to do is put it in the loop so we can get to those details. You and Ms. Priest.
Okay, that's a proper request. So we want to go ahead and vote for resolution number 1. And that is
to add resolution number 1 to the agenda, to increase the allocation of ARPA funds for home improvement from 5 million to 20 million. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Priestley?
No.
Yes.
Burns?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Voted 4 yes, 3 no?
The vote is, you said 4 yes, 3 no? All right, so that resolution failed. So now we're on to resolution number 2.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I make a motion to move resolution to $300,000 for funds for the North Flint Reinvestment Corporation.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Yes, I support.
Supported by Ms. Burns. Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
When it comes to these ARPA funds, whatever happens with this 300,000 happens. But when it comes to that 15 million, I wouldn't get bad to introduce a resolution for 14 or 16. It's coming back. And I'm gonna demand that finance and legal and everybody else give me the information we requested. And I think it's a poor excuse for folks to say they don't know where the money coming from. Because if they know we don't have 30 or 40 million left, they need to tell me. Winters, everywhere I look, we should have 30 to 40 million dollars that ain't been voted by this council. The buck stop and start with this council. I've asked that Ernst & Young be in the next finance committee meeting. Madam Clerk, through you, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, this resolution, I want to drop to 14 million, and I want it in finance. The resolution for the home improvements, this particular resolution for 300,000 that we own now, I'm gonna do an amended motion to send it to finance. I'm gonna stick with this stuff left and right, and I'm gonna get voting patterns over and over again, Ms. McClendon, to the public, and we gonna see who really wanna do what. It ain't gonna go away. So I move and do an amended motion that this 300,000 allocation to North Flint reinvestment be moved to finance, and I so move.
Support.
All right, motion on the floor to move resolution number 2 to finance, supported by Councilwoman Machado. One round, any discussion? All right, now hearing none, go ahead with the vote. So we did the vote on the floor to move resolution number 2 to the finance committee. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Shaq?
Yes.
Mr. Piper?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Voted 7 yes, 0 no?
Voted 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution number 2 has been sent to finance committee.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, through you to the clerk, what is resolution number 3?
That would be the resolution to deny the pay raise to the mayor.
Madam, so I'm gonna make a motion to move resolution number 3, the denial of the raise for the mayor to council, and I so move.
Point of order.
Oh, we ain't, I mean, on the agenda for discussion, and I so moved. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, so just want to be clear, what was your point?
My point was, we're already in council.
I got his point. My motion is to move this for, an agenda change for discussion. Resolution number 3.
Okay, so we are looking to, get to put resolution number 3 on the floor. It has been, motion has been passed by Mr. Mays. Do we have, any support? Supported by Ms. Piper. Any discussion? None first round, any second round? Okay, with that being said, go ahead and do the roll call, Madam Clerk. This is a resolution to put, resolution number 3 for the denial of pay increase for Mayor Neely. Put it on the agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Michelle.
She's on now.
Ms. Michelle.
No.
Mr. Piper.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Wood.
No.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Ruthie Carter.
Yes. Voted 5 yes, 2 no.
Voted 5 yes, 2 no. Resolution number 3 will be added to the agenda right after the resolution. So now we're on agenda, resolution number 4. Go ahead, Mr. Ray.
Madam Chair, through you to the clerk, Madam Clerk, resolution number 4 is that dealing with the objection to the tax reverted property.
Yes, sir.
I would move resolution number 4, the objections to the tax reverted property, Genesee County Land Bank be added to the agenda, as a resolution for discussion. I so move.
All right. There's a motion to add resolution number 4 to the agenda. Any support? Support by Mr. Pfeiffer. Any discussion? First round? Discussion, second round. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Michelle. Ms. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Piper. Mr. Piper.
Yes.
Mr. Mays.
Yes.
Ms. Wood.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Ruthie Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Voted 7 yes, 0 no.
Voted 7 yes, 0 no. Resolution number 4 be added to the agenda.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays.
through you to the clerk, resolution number 4 was what, Madam Clerk?
4.
Request for information.
Number 5, I'm sorry. Thank you. You get shot with me over there. Okay. If I look at it close, it might have been a discussion item dealing with the investigation of the right of first refusal and notice to the clerk prior to that auction. So that one, I think I asked for a discussion item after resolution. Madam Clerk, what have you got for 6 and 7 and 8? 6 is the Jerry Ricardo resolution. 7 would be the suspension of marriage, and 8 would be, maybe it is no way. Okay. So I would move for an agenda change to deal with the investigation of right of first refusal and notice to the clerk for those 100 and some foreclosed properties
Okay, so can you repeat that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I'm looking to add an agenda change after resolutions where we could look to see if we're gonna entertain a motion to investigate the information that I have about notice or non-notice to the clerk before the treasurer sold the amount of foreclosed property.
Okay, so we don't have any resolutions for this, correct?
Now I'm proposing it as an agenda change after resolutions for a discussion item.
Oh, discussion item. Okay. So discussion item after a resolution. Is that before council comment?
After resolutions.
All right.
Support.
All right, any discussion first round?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Just to give insight, I went over and met with their chair and assistant. Checked with the clerk, the treasurer here, and the city assessor's office here. And then I read the state statute, and there's some language in there. And in past years, the clerk has always got, they've noticed, and then it ends up in our mailbox. That didn't happen this year, and I want to explore and discuss whether or not we can have a look at that. And so I'm hoping that this agenda item gets a yes for being a discussion item where we can invoke that. Check and double check, Mr. Moore. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first? Anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round? All right, we are looking to vote on discussion item number 5. And Mr. Mays want that at the end, excuse me, at the end of resolutions. All right, got it. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Piper.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Mr. Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Bird.
Yes.
Ms. Shannon.
Yes.
7 yes, 0 no. Discussion item number 5 has been added. Now we're on resolution number 6.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ray.
Through you, Madam Clerk, is that the resolution censoring Councilmember Jerry Winston Carter?
I'm not sure which order you did the last two.
Okay, well, I'm gonna label it resolution number 6. And it's the resolution censoring Councilwoman Jerry Winston Carter. And I move that it be on the agenda as a discussion item. And so moved.
There's a motion to add resolution number 6 as a discussion item.
No. To the agenda as a resolution, I'm sorry.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to add resolution number 6 to the agenda. On the resolution supported by Ms. Piper. Anyone in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Since this was brought by the president and vice president, I would assume this should be, if I can count, it should be 7th and nothing. So, be interesting if they vote no, because their co-parts are here to support actually this resolution to censure Councilwoman of the 5th Ward.
Chair. Yeah, I want to see what this vote is going to look like to put it on the agenda. I want to see what this vote is going to look like with the 7 members we have present and with the 2 members that's been absent the last 2 meetings. And the reason I brought it, because it's been all in the news. I've been contacted by media left and right, and you know, it was even a special meeting called, and that was the only 2 things on the agenda. And the special meeting was called by Ms. Lewis and Kenneth Michelle. And my information tells me that this is sponsored by Ms. Lewis. So I want to get to the bottom of it and dispose of it or pass it one way or another. And I want to have the opportunity to find out what these censures mean. Because I wasn't here when Ms. Burns was censured. I don't know, I've been censured. But I want to know what it means by the definition of censure. And of course I want to find out more about these 90-day suspensions. So I'll be voting yes to move it, at least for discussion. We'll see if it passes, if it fails, if it goes to committee, if it shows back up in another special meeting, a council meeting. But I don't know. It says that the censure is because of the words, next time you park in my parking space, you will come downstairs to all flat tires. I don't know why Ms. Worthy would park in Ms. Winfrey Carter's parking space. For those who don't know, when you go down in the parking garage underneath City Hall, on yellow placards, each parking space says first ward, second ward, third ward, fourth, whatever. And we've been parking in these spots for years. And I can say years when it comes to myself, 10 years. Ms. Winfrey Carter, probably about 6, and Ms. Unworthy, about 6 years. It's really problematic when you pull in and somebody in your spot. But on that particular day, Ms. Worthy's spot was empty, and it's way on the other side. Now, I want to talk about what censure means. So I'll be voting yes to put this on the agenda for some type of discussion and a vote. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
Yes, these censures are ridiculous that you're the sponsor of because you don't like people. And here yet tonight, you needed all of those people you don't like. You needed every single one of us. You needed me. But you know what? I love Flint, the residents, more than I dislike your behavior. Because you would have cost this city millions of dollars tonight. 800 properties, I believe, would be, hey, as according to Attorney Kim, it would have cost millions of dollars, because my censure wouldn't have had me here. I'm not your child. I was elected to my seat. I worked hard, and I still work hard. As you say, I'm doing the work. Same thing. Let me back this up. I want residents to understand. 800 properties were going to be reassessed. It's going to cost the city millions. We don't have 21 days left to even do this. It cost $15,000. The city would have lost. We talk about all these centers, we flip people out. That day, Councilwoman Winfrey Carter's spot was taken. Not by accident, it was on purpose. She parks next to me in the parking garage. Across the aisle. It's not even on the same side. Not even on the same side. Now, what I told Councilwoman Carter what we should have did is just said, park your car right there and then time to take me home. Block her in. Because what she did was something that was egregious. She was privileged. She took something that belonged to someone else. We have designated spots. And if you can't read, they got numbers on them. So it gets very clear. After 6 years she's been here and she didn't know that she parks across the little parking garage. And then she didn't move and she giggled. It was funny. When you're black and someone takes your things, we assume you're racist. We have a problem with it. She took another woman's spot and thought it was funny. She parked her car, then refused to move it. She was trying to have her, she wanted to become angry. The angry black woman is what she wanted. She wanted her to be angry. Someone stole something. I remember my grandfather telling me about when we were in the South, when he was growing up, that when a white person walked on the sidewalk, you had to get off the sidewalk because they had more rights than you did. She didn't have the right to park in nobody's parking spot. And for Councilwoman Liddell Lewis to agree to this, I'm dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. That's like someone sitting in her chair when you come here. And someone sat in her chair that stayed to the second one, Liddell Lewis, she'd have a problem. You don't do this. So yes, it becomes racial terms, you know, in the undertones of it all. You parked in the black woman's spot that you don't like, that you call ghetto. She called this black woman ghetto. She used microaggressions on her black colleagues. She's called black members of the audience a cult. She's hit someone in the audience. She was allowed to get away with that. Jasmine Stanley stuck to the podium and stated she hit me. She put her hands on me when she should have been arrested for subcode section 31-10. And it continues to escalate. So because Eva Worthing's behavior was not checked, it was allowed to escalate to where she said, you know what? Everything else I got away with, I'm gonna park in her spot and see what she does. Councilwoman Ricardo handled it very well, because many people wouldn't. And this type of climate coming out of Flint, it has happened. Somebody would have busted your windows, flattened your tire, put sugar in your tank. I see it all the time. She took something that belonged to her colleague. She felt entitled. She was entitled to someone else's spot that wasn't designated for her, and thought it was cute, it was funny. I blame my colleagues for this, for supporting this. I blame the ones who signed their names on the bottom of it. Because if someone takes your stuff, you have a problem too.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this resolution? The chair recognizes the councilman in the ward.
I promise you, if I would have taken
One second. Did you already speak in this round? No? Okay.
If I would have taken Liddell Lewis's spot, there might have been a press conference, there might have been another race war. But there's different rules for different people. I mean, Mr. Winfrey Carter was kind of nice. Because you only do that. I mean, she's been here for, I don't know, 6 years. So, not like she forgot her parking spot. And then a gentleman came up and said, no, that's uncalled for, it's a parking spot. you only do that to try to escalate something. You only do that to try to prove a point, to try to prove dominance.
Yeah, that's right.
You only stand over somebody not once, but twice, maybe 3 times to prove dominance.
That's right.
It's unbecoming of a council person to even put this resolution together, given the escalation that the councilwoman in the 9th Ward started. It continues to put fuel on the flames. I just don't, we wanna say, oh, it's conduct unbecoming. I think it was conduct unbecoming like 10 times tonight from the chairperson. When we get down to this level of pettiness, when we start parking in each other's spot, when we start saying stuff underneath our breath, that's why I started bringing mine on camera. Because the folks around me want to say stuff underneath their breath and then throw up their hands. Oh, how could he? How could he? Did you hear what he said to me? Well, now I got the accountability cam there. I got the accountability cam. I just put another one away. It captures everybody at all times. It's not pointed at one direct person. You can see everybody at all times. Accountability, transparency, I call it yank damn hide no more. And, you know, the aggression that the councilwoman in the 9th Ward continues to do, and my colleagues obviously support it, and then they want to punish Mr. Winter Carter for standing up for herself. So, stand up for yourself. I'm going to pass a resolution. You better get in line and shut up. That's what this is. You better take the abuse. You better park wherever the hell damn I tell you to park and be quiet. That's what this resolution says.
That's what it is.
So I hope my colleagues add it to the agenda. And I'd like to see who votes to support it. In 2023 America, I'd like to see who supports. Let's see if how many preachers and let's see how many preachers come out and support Miss Jerry Winfrey Carter for being talked down to, who get put in her place. Let's see how many of the unconcerned pastors come out and hold a press conference for Miss Jerry Winfrey Carter when the colleagues vote for this. I'll be waiting. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. And Councilman Pfeiffer, you know, that's interesting, because you know what? Did they come out, did they stand up and have a press conference when she called me ghetto? No, that didn't happen. So let's see. But while we're talking about behaviors that are unbecoming of council members, I am deeply concerned about the unbecoming behaviors of that's exhibited by Councilwoman Worthing. Now, Councilwoman Worthing, as well as myself, we've been parking in our parking spaces for well over 6 years.
Our parking spaces are designated, okay? My parking space has 5th Ward. Her parking space has 9th Ward. Designated, assigned. Why would she park in my parking space? But you know what? She parked there because she has repeatedly reflected a disturbing pattern. And this pattern is called weaponizing your white privilege. Yeah, she's weaponizing her white privilege and engaging in racist behaviors within the council. It's clear. She comes in every week and antagonizes Councilman Mays. She taunts Councilwoman Burns. And on that particular night, she taunted me, she antagonized me, as well as provoked me. That's called weaponizing your white privilege. It's a continuous pattern, okay? These behaviors are unbecoming of a council member. Councilwoman Worthy, she hit Jasmine McKinnon, maiden name Stanley, Jasmine Stanley. She hit her. I watched it. Out there, Jasmine was here at a council meeting. But then Councilwoman Worthy, she cries, she's always crying, she's the victim. I'm the victim. She comes and she states that she did not hit Jasmine. Councilwoman Worthy stood over Councilwoman Burns, not only one time, but twice, inciting violence. Want Councilwoman Burns to stand up and fight so that she can become the victim. And that's exactly what she did on that night, November 27th. She parked in my parking space. She weaponized her white privilege. But you know what? I'm almost willing to bet Councilwoman Lewis and Councilwoman Worthy, they got together and said, oh yeah, we got to get something on Councilwoman Winfrey Carter so that we can censure her.
Snakes. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this was planned. It was planned. So here, the censure is...
Councilwoman of the 5th Ward, you're being brought to order. Let's not speak for no.
Somebody go get Mace.
You sure you want to do this? Because I'm telling how I feel. It's in my opinion. It's in my opinion. So yeah, I said what I said to Councilwoman Worthy. Because she sits over there every week. She talks under her breath. She makes comments. She had that little smirky grin on her face.
All right.
Like it's all good.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey Carter. Anyone else like to speak the first round? Anyone else? All right, seeing if there's no one else, anyone in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Mr. May.
Yeah, Madam Chair. I want to make something clear about this. And I'm not picking on you, Winters. I just know that you and Mickey then be out there communicating with the public. And so, when I look at this resolution, what I want people to understand is this. If you look at our council rules in 32.1, it says every council member is subject to the established rules and disciplinary action for violation of those rules. Then it goes on to say in 32-2, this is important, for any repeated violation of these rules, the presiding officer or chair may order discipline up to and including removal of a meeting. Up to and including removal of a meeting. Up to is important. Then it goes further to tell you that includes the meeting on the same day. So up to. Now I'm gonna go to the charter. That's the council rules for discipline. The charter says, whenever this charter requires the adoption of a rule, it shall be adopted in accordance with this section. The person having rule-making authority or an agent shall give public notice of a hearing in a manner required by this charter at least 2 weeks in advance of the hearing. In other words, when you change, amend, or make a rule, you get notice. In law, they call it due process. So if it's going to be punishment or more than removal of a meeting, we should see it as a rules. In this case, if Ms. Winfrey Carter said something in that meeting, for me, the only penalty could be removal from that meeting, unless we do a rule change. For me, a rule change would mean we have a public hearing and due process on censures, removals for 30 and 90 days, any new rule. You need notice. You can't just willy-nilly pick discipline out of the sky and say, I'm punishing y'all with no notice. The only voted upon discipline right now is up to removal of that one meeting. So I don't know where this new rule is coming from. We gonna find out if due process means something in federal court. Because I know due process and notice means something. And I know that the charter means something. And I know people just can't keep making up rules of disciplinary action. Ms. Worthing, if it's a rule about parking, she broke it. Why would Ms. Lewis, I got my own idea, but I'm asking y'all, why would she draw up a resolution like that? If Ms. Worthing did wrong, let it go. If Ms. Winfrey Carter said something wrong about it, let it go. I don't see a resolution censoring Ms. Worthing for what she did wrong. That's why I keep talking about nitpicking. If this is sponsored by Lewis, you should have let that go. But you stepping in for Miss Winfrey Carter is normally quiet. According to our rules, that wasn't no repeated violation about no black tie. The rules say for any repeated violation.
All right, anyone else would like to speak in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns?
That day, you should have told your friend to remove her vehicle from the parking spot that's not designated. You should have told Eva Worthing that doesn't belong to you. You should have told your friend she She needed to move her car. She thought it was funny. It was a hee-hee, ha-ha moment. You're meeting tonight, and you still not getting it. You sponsored this. And the people that you hate or censure are the people who are saving you tonight. It's the people that you have censured. Councilman Mays, Councilwoman Murphy Carter, and then myself. You put all kinds of stuff in mine, and I called you a witch, and I didn't. Talked about the Mitchell boys, that was a lie. Said I said, wasn't a good person. Not a good person. I didn't even cuss. But you want to censor everyone but yourself. Your behavior is outrageous. It's outrageous and it's egregious and so is even worded. She had no business parking that spot. She has called members, like I said, the audience a cult. She has used microaggressions. She gaslights this community every time she's here. She talks negative to the people who come into these council chambers. And you allow it. You even allowed Jasmine Stanley, because you said you didn't see it, to be hit. You allowed that. And that's against the law. That was assault and battery. So what you're tolerating for is very selective. She parked in her parking spot. It sounds like y'all got together on that. Let's do this. We know that'll set her off. Ha 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 ha. Grown women. Ha 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 ha. She parked in her spot. Like I said, if I had a thought about it, I'd tell Councilwoman Carter, you know what, let's block her in, let's go home. Let her deal with it. Because y'all playing games. You're playing games with the people, with the residents, with time. Then you're passive aggressive to the point where you say, you know, we come here to do the work. Absolutely not. You're taking up time with bogus censure. Your whole censure with me was a lie. All 5 of y'all lied on me. All 5. Doug was a lie with Candace. Judy talking about some she didn't have with censure. That was a lie. Come on, I said about the gun. You did go home. You said. You went home, you said you was threatened by the women. The women happened to be black. We had that conversation. Tell it all. Y'all don't tell the whole story. But yet, you want us to stay here tonight. Because your other padres who roll with you on this garbage isn't here. For something that's so important to the city. And y'all playing games. That's what kids do. I didn't do this in high school. High school, I didn't do it. And you're still doing it with censure. I'm going to show you. And you do bully people. You are bullying people with censures. You're bullying people with censures. Same attorneys that sent emails to you reached out to me. You probably need to have it hit your pocket to where you understand that you can't do bogus censures because you don't get it. You don't get it. You use censure to control people and the environment that you are out of control in. You're not in control. I'm trying to help you tonight with the rules. You can't hear them. It's like you got tunnel vision. Each time you do something crazy, Candace is like, oh, Jill, please don't do it. And you do it. Time and time again. Because you can't stop yourself. Something's wrong with you. Something is wrong. You knew what was important. And you couldn't get your own stuff passed. You had to have Councilman. You ate crow tonight. You ate crow because you had to have Councilman Mays come back because we had to broker a deal. Attorney Kimlin got told off by everybody tonight. He did. Just to get this passed. I went and talked to Clyde, told him I ain't even talked to Clyde. I'm at odds with him that I would stay because this is the business. But it's your behavior. This garbage that you keep doing, garbage. You keep presenting us with garbage. You're a horrible president. Horrible.
Amen. All right, anyone else would like to speak in the last round? Anyone else would like to speak?
Yes. Last one.
talking about behaviors that are unbecoming of a council person. I can't get over the fact that Councilwoman Lewis cussed out Pastor Thompson not only one time, but twice. And she said to him, shots fired. Now come on. In a city of Flint, Michigan, where we have several drive-by shootings, you're gonna use a phrase, shots fired? Yeah, that's a threat. That's a threat, and it's unbecoming of a council person to say that. Judy Priestley, Councilwoman Priestley, I'll never forget the night she told a resident in this audience, I don't care if that resident is considered as her nephew, but she told him that she had cut his balls off. Is that unbecoming of a council member? Is that unbecoming? Yeah. She said it loud.
Oh, ma'am, please get in order.
But this is what I'm saying. There is a double standard up here. There's a double standard. And several council members up here has exhibited unbecoming behaviors of a council member. But you want to censure me, and not to mention, I didn't get a warning. I just get a resolution with a censure. Right. They want to get us. Councilman Mays, Councilwoman Burns, Councilwoman Jerry Winfrey Carter, Councilman Pfeiffer. You next. You next. Because you're not a part of the five. Oh my goodness. But yeah. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Every week we come in and we gotta deal with this. We gotta deal with this. And as far as I'm concerned, we got one council member that's bullying 4 other council members. She's bullying. Unbelievable. But I don't know. I think even Councilwoman Worthing is running Councilwoman Lewis. I don't know. But this stuff is crazy to me. Then we got council members on Facebook. I don't know, half the time I don't know if she coming in here, Linda L. Pendleton, or who she is, who is she? It's all kind of crazy stuff going on. I can't make this stuff up. I can't make it up. Just crazy. I'll be bold to send this to council. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else in the second round? Seeing no one else, we will go ahead and call for the vote. This is to add resolution number 6, which is the censuring of Councilmember Jerry Carter for conduct of becoming a council member, to the agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis? No.
Yes.
Winfrey Carter,
Yes.
Bird,
Yes.
Michelle,
No.
Mr. Fleischer.
Yes.
5 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no, and that will be sent to the council.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mays?
yeah, I'd like to make a motion to pass this agenda item, a resolution suspending council member Eric Mays for conduct on becoming a city council member. I'm calling it resolution number 7, and I so move.
All right, there is a motion to send resolution number 7 to council. Any support?
Support.
Supported by Councilwoman Byrne.
Madam Chair.
Any discussion? Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I can appreciate the vast resolution going to council for agenda item discussion. A motion will be made. This particular resolution, I want the public to know, when I read the so-called facts of the resolution, Ms. Taylor, one of the things that sticks out to me, it says Councilman Mays has also created and monetized demeaning t-shirts depicting other members of city council as handkerchief-head Negroes. I haven't created any t-shirts. It's not true, but it's here in factual writing sponsored by Ms. Lewis to remove me for something that ain't true. Some people look at the term handkerchief-head Negroes in somewhat of a similar way as you say a carpetbagger. These are political terms. All of them have the